good evening, dear friends. As the gentle whispers of spring serenade the night, we're so pleased you've chosen to spend these precious moments with us. Tonight's bedtime story will transport you to magical and peaceful places, where dreams blossom like the first flowers of the season. May your heart find warmth and your mind unwind, preparing you for a refreshing start to your upcoming day. Thank you for being here, embracing the tranquility and promise of restful dreams on this serene spring night. Story 1. In the amber-hued village of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into pumpkin-colored sunsets and cobblestones sparkled with frost dust each morning, the magic had begun to unravel. Not all at once, but in small, perplexing ways. The baker's oven, which usually sang show tunes while baking cinnamon star bread, now hummed mournful lullabies. The lampposts lining the meadow path blinked like shy fireflies instead of glowing steady. Worst of all, the great copper bell above the town hall, the one that rang itself every dawn with a sound like sunlight made audible, had fallen silent for 3 straight mornings. 12-year-old Mira noticed it first, because she'd always risen early to sketch the bell's dancing shadows on her bedroom wall. Her best friend, a russet-furred fox named Bracken, whose tail shimmered like autumn leaves in water, nosed her mittened hand as they stood in the frost-kissed square. "It's not just the bell," he murmured, ears twitching toward the crooked clock tower. "The sundial in the herb garden's been counting backward since Tuesday." Their investigation began at the mossy edge of the Everdusk Woods, where they found the first clue, a trail of pearlescent pawprints smaller than maple seeds, glowing faintly in the loam. Bracken sniffed at them, whiskers quivering. "Moonhare tracks," he deduced, "but moonhares haven't visited Willowbrook since the great thistle blight." As they followed the glimmering trail, Mira's woolen scarf caught on a hawthorn branch, revealing a cluster of bell-shaped flowers blooming improbably in late November. She cupped one gently, noting how its petals chimed like distant windchimes. The magic's not disappearing, she realized aloud. It's being borrowed. Their path led them to Granny Nettle's cottage, where smoke plumed from a chimney shaped like a teapot, and the smell of cardamom stew wove through the air. The old herbalist greeted them with mugs of honeyed chamomile tea, her spectacles reflecting the dancing firelight as they described their findings. "Ah," she murmured, stirring a spoon that drew tiny constellations in her cup. "You've met our thieving sprites." Granny Nettle explained how young winter sprites, shy as shadows and no taller than acorns, sometimes gathered magic to fortify their crumbling nests. "But they'd only risk coming to the village if their own home was endangered," she said, pressing a jar of starlight-infused dandelion fluff into Mira's hands. "Find their colony before sunset, or the borrowed magic will become unbound." The discovery came as Bracken's nose led them to a cracked boulder near Silverthread Creek, its crevice humming with stolen magic. Inside, Mira glimpsed a miniature ice palace melting at the edges, its crystalline spires drooping like wilted lilies. Dozens of translucent sprites fluttered desperately, patching walls with snippets of the baker's oven songs and shreds of the sundial's numerals. Their queen, crowned with a fading snowdrop, looked up with eyes like frozen dewdrops. "Our glacier home melted when the underground hot springs shifted," she chimed in a voice like icicles tapping glass. "We meant to return what we took when spring came." Mira knelt, careful not to breathe too hard on the delicate creatures. "But magic needs balance to thrive," she said gently, recalling Granny Nettle's lessons. "Taking without giving makes it wither." Opening the herbalist's jar, she released the dandelion fluff, each seed glowing like a captured star. The sprites gasped as the seeds settled into their crumbling walls, weaving new foundations stronger than ice. For 3 days and nights, the village collaborated. Children donated ribbons of laughter to reinforce sprite staircases. The baker needed dough infused with his oven's cheeriest melodies. Even the silent copper bell contributed, When Mira tapped it gently, it shed a single resonant tear that became the palace's new keystone. By winter's first proper snowfall, the Sprite Queen presented Willowbrook with a gift, a living snow globe containing a miniature aurora borealis, to hang in the town square where it would sing softly during long winter nights. On the morning the great bell rang again, its peal sweeter for having been shared, Mira sketched the new scene from her window, sprites and villagers together repairing the sundial, their combined magic painting frost flowers that bloomed hourly in rainbow hues. Bracken curled at her feet, tail flicking contentedly. "You know," he mused, watching a moonhare pause to nibble snowberries by their gate, "the best magic isn't in keeping or taking, but in the spaces between, where shared stories grow." And in the warm silence that followed, as dawn gilded the snow globe's dancing lights, the whole village seemed to sigh in agreement, a harmony woven from rediscovered balance and the quiet joy of mysteries solved with open hearts. Story 2. The Song of the Whispering Oak. In a valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat, there stood a village crowned by an ancient oak. Its branches cradled the moon each night, and its roots curled deep into secrets older than the stone bridges spanning the brook below. It was here, in a cottage draped with ivy, that a girl named Leela discovered something peculiar in her grandmother's attic, a music box carved from wood so dark it seemed to hold starlight within its grain. The box hummed when touched, though it hadn't been wound in decades. Its lid bore a mosaic of inlaid leaves, and when Leela lifted it, a melody spilled out, not through sound, but as a vibration that made her bones hum. Suddenly, the dust motes swirling in the attic sunlight froze mid-dance. A tiny door, no taller than her thumb, shimmered into view on the oakwood paneling. From behind it came a voice like wind through reeds. "You've heard the song, now mind the key." Layla's hands trembled as she pried open the miniature door. A rush of cool air smelling of rain-soaked moss swept past her, and the attic walls dissolved into a twilight grove. Fireflies winked like fallen constellations, and mushrooms glowed softly, their caps patterned with bioluminescent spirals. Before her stood a creature no taller than her knee, with bark-like skin and eyes like liquid amber. He introduced himself as Thistle, a mosskin of the Whispering Oak's hidden heart. "The music box is the harmonia," Thistle explained, his voice a rustle of autumn leaves. "It binds our world to yours, but its song weakens. If it fades completely, the oak's memory, and all who dwell here, will vanish." He gestured to the grove, where translucent figures drifted, foxes with pelts of shifting fog, owls whose feathers gleamed like polished onyx, and a girl made of woven vines who smiled sadly at Leela. These were the echoes, spirits tethered to the oak by stories left untold. Thus began Leela's journey, guided by Thistle and the vine girl, Sylvana. To restore the harmonia, they needed 3 things: starlight trapped in a spider's web, a memory stolen by the weeping willow, and a song known only to the nightingales of forgetfulness. The task seemed impossible, but Leela soon learned that magic in the oak's realm thrived on curiosity and kindness, not strength. The first challenge led them to the Glimmerweb Caverns, where spiders the size of spools spun silk from moonlight. "Starlight is rarer," warned Sylvana, her vine hair twining nervously. "It only sticks to webs woven during meteor showers." Deep in the caverns, they found a web glittering with stardust, but it was guarded by a spider with a body like cracked porcelain. Leela knelt, ignoring Thistle's warning hiss. "We don't mean to steal," she said softly. "We only need a little light to save our friends." The spider tilted its head, 8 eyes narrowing. Then with a click of its mandibles, it plucked a single thread from its web, a strand of pure starlight, and offered it to Leela. "You speak without fear," it rasped. "That is rare." Next they trekked to the Weeping Willow's domain, a marsh where trees dripped liquid shadow. The willow's branches writhed like grieving arms, and in its hollow lay a pool filled with stolen memories, gleaming fish that darted away when approached. Sylvana's memory was here, a silver fish with her name etched in its scales. But the willow would not relinquish it easily. Memories are heavy, the willow moaned, its voice a chorus of sighs. Why would you want hers? Because she's my friend, Leela said, though she'd known Sylvana only hours. And friends carry each other's burdens. The willow's branches stilled. Slowly the memory fish swam into Leela's hands, its scales dissolving into a vision. Sylvana, centuries ago, had been a human girl who sacrificed her life to save the oak from a fire. The willow had kept her memory safe, not stolen it. Forgive me, it whispered. I forgot kindness still exists. The final task was the most perilous. The nightingales of forgetfulness nested in the clock tower cliffs, a place where time splintered. Their song could unstitch memories, and they demanded payment for their music, a story the requester would never recall again. Thistle argued against it. What if they take something precious, your first snowfall, your grandmother's voice? But Leela stepped forward. I'll give them the story of my 7th birthday, she said. It had been lonely, her parents away, her cake left uneaten. A memory she'd never wished to keep. The eldest nightingale, feathers the color of a fading bruise, tilted its head. Clever child, it crooned. You offer a thorn to keep the rose. It sang a note that made the air ripple, and the harmonia's melody solidified in Leila's mind. As promised, her 7th birthday dissolved like sugar in tea, but in its place blossomed the nightingale's gift, a lullaby older than the moon. With the 3 treasures gathered, Leila wound the harmonia once more. Starlight threaded its gears, Sylvana's memory oiled its springs, and the nightingale's song set its cylinder spinning. The music that poured forth painted the air. Notes became fireflies, melodies bloomed into flowers, and the echoes solidified, their forms glowing with renewed life. Thistle clasped her hand. You've mended more than the harmonia. You've reminded us that stories matter. As dawn tinged the horizon, Leela returned home. The attic looked ordinary again, but the music box now bore a new carving. A girl surrounded by mosskin and vine maidens, their hands joined in a circle. When she told her grandmother, the old woman smiled. Ah, you found the harmonia's secret. It only works for those who listen with their heart. That night, as Leela slept, a tiny door glimmered on her windowsill. Through it drifted the scent of elderflower tea and the faintest trill of a nightingale's song, a reminder that wonder never truly leaves us. It simply waits, humming softly, for those brave enough to turn the key. The end. Story 3. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Moskland village had always smelled of forgotten things, cinnamon-dusted memories in glass jars, whispers of lavender trapped in drawers, and the faint metallic tang of mystery behind its crooked oak door. Yet none of these curiosities called to young Cora as insistently as the tarnished biscuit tin hidden beneath the counter, its lid sealed shut with what appeared to be caramelized moonlight. On the afternoon of her 11th birthday, while Mrs. Nettleby shuffled through dried herbs in the back room, Cora's fingers brushed the container's cold surface. A shiver danced up her arm like a mouse in tap shoes. When she pried it open, the lid yielding with a reluctant pop, she found not shortbread crumbs nor sewing notions, but a perfect miniature forest glowing with perpetual twilight. Tiny trees swayed in a breeze she couldn't feel, their leaves shimmering between autumn gold and spring grain. At the center stood a lopsided cottage made of ginger-snap bricks, smoke curling from a licorice chimney. That's not for meddling, clucked Mrs. Nettleby, materializing like a stack of old cookbooks given voice. Her spectacles caught the forest's amber light as she gently took the tin. Though I suppose it's been waiting for curious hands. Tell me, child, can you keep a secret warmer than fresh bread and quieter than snowfall? Thus began Cora's apprenticeship in what Mrs. Nettleby called the art of mending broken magic. The Biscuit Tin Forest, it turned out, was a living map of the Whispering Wold, a realm where everyday objects carried echoes of their owners' joys and sorrows. But the woods were fading, their colors leaching away like watercolors in the rain. Someone needed to replenish the magic before the connection between worlds frayed completely. The journey began with a thimble. On the morning of departure, Mrs. Nettleby pressed the silver cup into Cora's palm, still warm from the shop's pot-bellied stove. "Mind the thistle folk," she warned. "They're prickly conversationalists but fine navigators, and should you meet the Clockwork hare, never accept his third cup of tea." Cora stepped into the Biscuit Tin Forest through the apothecary's teapot, a perfectly logical entrance once one considered the spiral of steam rising from its spout. The air smelled of burnt sugar and impending rain. Her first companion arrived as she crossed a bridge made from interlocking spoons, a grumpy badger wearing a waistcoat patched with dictionary pages. "Lost are we," he sniffed, adjusting spectacles mended with cobwebs. "Typical, follow the breadcrumb stars if you must blunder about, but mind the ink marshes. They'll swallow your shadow given half a chance." Bramblewick, as the badger introduced himself with reluctant formality, became an unlikely guide. His gruffness melted like honey in tea when Cora shared the almond cookies from her pack. Together they navigated valleys where rivers ran backward with regret and hills that hummed lullabies in forgotten languages. The forest's magic flickered unpredictably, a grove of umbrellas blooming like mushrooms, a clearing where time pooled in sticky amber puddles. Their second companion emerged from one such puddle with a sound like a popped soap bubble. Hoot, a clockwork owl with cuckoo clock gears for eyes, landed on Cora's shoulder with a whir of enthusiasm. "Danger approaches in 7 minutes," he announced cheerfully. "Solution requires 1 moonlit feather, 3 truths spoken sideways, and a properly executed somersault. Optional, jam tarts." The trio's greatest challenge appeared not as a monster, but as silence. The heartwood glade, normally pulsing with the forest's rhythmic magic, lay still as a held breath. Colors drained from the trees, leaving outlines like charcoal sketches. In the center stood a music box frozen mid-tune, its dancer figurine trapped in an endless pirouette. "It's morning," Bramblewick murmured, ears flattening. "The keeper of this glade has forgotten how to listen." Hoot's gears clicked thoughtfully. "Repair protocol, empathy. Required tools, memory, courage, cinnamon. Warning, may cause temporary excessive sniffles." Cora approached the music box, thimble glowing warm in her hand. As she wound the key stiff from disuse, images flickered in the tarnished mirror beneath the dancer, a girl laughing as she twirled in sunlit grass, the same girl older and wearier placing the music box in an attic, decades passing in dusty silence. The thimble's magic swirled, weaving Cora's breath into silver thread that mended broken memories. When the dancer finally stilled, she curtsied to Cora with a click of porcelain limbs. "The forest remembers what the world forgets," she chimed. "But memories need breathing room. Share them wisely." The glade blossomed anew, colors returning in a rush of birdsong. Cora understood now each repaired artifact wasn't just preserving magic, but honoring stories that might otherwise fade. They mended a compass that pointed to lost friendships, a quilt stitched with reconciliation, and a weather vane that spun tales of unexpected joy. Their final test came at the Gingerknap cottage itself, where the entire forest's magic originated. The once cozy structure now listed dangerously, its candy cane beams sagging. Through the window, Cora spied the source of decay, not some dark enchantment, but a simple stone hearth gone cold. The fire that usually burned with captured laughter and shared secrets had dwindled to ash. "Rekindling requires a spark no match can light," Bramblewick said quietly. Hoot extended a talon made from a bent spoon handle. Inventory suggests collective warmth, proposal, group hug with optional synchronized humming. Cora knelt before the hearth, thimble glowing like a captured star. She thought of Mrs. Nettleby's shop full of cared-for broken things, of Bramblewick secretly leaving wildflowers at forgotten shrines, of Hoot fixing wobbled teacups with meticulous care. When she blew gently on the ashes, her breath carried not just air, but gratitude for kindred spirits, for stories told in glances, for magic found in ordinary moments. The flame that leapt up burned in every color at once, warm as a grandmother's hands. Gingerbread walls straightened with satisfied creaks. Outside, the whispering wold erupted in celebration, willow branches clapping like polite audiences, brooks giggling over pebbles, a chorus of fireflies arranging themselves into a glowing, well done. Returning through the teapot steam, Cora found Mrs. Nettleby waiting with shortbread shaped like crescent moons. The old apothecary's eyes twinkled as she nodded at the biscuit tin, now glowing faintly beneath its lid. "Seems you've learned the first rule of mending magic," she said, tapping the side of her nose. "The strongest enchantments aren't found in grand spells, but in the spaces between shared breaths." That night, as Mosclin Village slept under a quilt of stars, subtle changes bloomed. A baker's burnt loaf became his best seller when paired with a neighbor's homemade jam. Two feuding farmers discovered their boundary dispute stemmed from a long-ago misunderstanding about carrot cake. And in the apothecary's shop, a certain biscuit tin hummed contentedly, its tiny forest now dotted with cozy cottages where there had been none before. Cora fell asleep with thimble under pillow, the scent of gingerbread lingering in her curls. Somewhere beyond dreams, a clockwork owl practiced knock-knock jokes, a badger organized a library in a hollow tree, and the world quietly celebrated its mended places seen and unseen, great and small, forever and always. Story 4. In the heart of the verdant hollow, where willow tendrils dipped their fingers into silvered streams and ancient oaks whispered secrets through lichen-bearded bark, there existed a world within a world. Here the earth hummed with a low, resonant frequency, known only to those who pressed their ears to mossy stones at twilight. It was in this place of dappled shadows and honeyed sunlight that a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered the first crack in autumn's golden mask. The air should have carried the crisp perfume of apples and wood smoke, but instead clung thick with the cloying sweetness of overripe blackberries. Thistle's quills prickled uneasily as she watched a maple leaf, still summer green at its edges, flutter into a puddle shaped like a crescent moon. Bramble, she called to her rabbit friend whose ears twitched at the scent of wrongness, the frost moths aren't dancing where they ought to be. Bramble's nose quivered as he examined a patch of clover blooming violet instead of white. Elder moss warned us the balance threads were fraying, he said, paw tracing the peculiar growth. Their elderly tortoise mentor had spent decades teaching them the forest's hidden rhythms, how foxfire nurtured the soil after winter's retreat, why glowworms polished starlight into dewdrops, and which root pathways carried the earth's dreams upward to the trees. As twilight painted the sky in bruised plum hues, the companions made their way to elder mosses dwelling beneath the grand hemlock. The ancient tree's roots formed arched doorways veiled by curtains of resurrection fern, their spores glowing faintly like suspended fireflies. Inside, the air smelled of parchment-dry mushrooms and the soothing bitterness of willow bark tea steeping in an acorn cup. "Ah," rumbled Elder Moss before they could speak, his algae-patterned shell creaking as he shifted. The silver pool's reflections grow cloudy. His milky eyes seem to peer through them into some deeper truth. "You must journey to the moonlit plateau before the equinox ends." Thistle's heart fluttered like a trapped wren. The plateau lay beyond the singing thicket, where shadows moved without bodies to cast them. But the path is remembered in your bones, the tortoise interrupted gently. He nudged a birch bark satchel toward them containing a vial of distilled dawnlight, a compass with petals for needles, and a thimbleful of silence preserved in spider silk. When the wind forgets its name, drink the light. When the stones sing lies, follow the flower's heart, and when fear comes, listen. Their journey began at the Stone Sentinel, a granite outcropping where quartz veins pulsed like slow-burning lightning. Bramble marked their path with tufts of cloudseed cotton that floated upward to warn the sky of their passage. By midnight, they reached the border where familiar trees gave way to the singing thicket. Birch trunks here grew in perfect spirals, their peeling bark revealing glimpses of faces that melted back into wood grain when stared at directly. A wrong-footed breeze carried the scent of burning amber. Thistle froze as the compass petals began spinning wildly. "The wind," she started, but the words curdled in her throat as the air before them rippled, revealing a chasm that hadn't been there moments before. Bramble uncorked the dawnlight vial with trembling paws. The liquid sunlight pooled in their mouths like liquid courage, revealing an arched bridge of spiderwebs glistening with fresh dew, the true path forward. As they crossed, the thicket's song shifted from warning drone to curious hum. Willow herb petals snowed around them, each carrying a half-remembered melody. Thistle realized with wonder that their footsteps were sprouting tiny moonflowers that bloomed and withered within 3 heartbeats, marking their trail through time rather than space. Dawn found them at the edge of the moonlit plateau, where the air tasted of cold starlight and petrichor. Before them lay the silver pool, a mirror of liquid mercury encircled by stones carved with runes that changed shape when viewed from the corner of one's eye. But instead of reflecting the fading stars, its surface showed autumn leaves burning with spring sap, snowflakes falling upward, and the hollow's resident owls flying backward through time. "The seasons are unraveling," breathed Bramble. A maple seed helicopter spun past them, its wings trailing threads of golden light like a comet's tail. Thistle approached the pool, the vial of silence burning in her paw. As she poured the spider silk-wrapped hush into the water, the chaotic images stilled to reveal a vision. The starlit stag, guardian of celestial cycles, lay wounded beneath the thunderbeam tree, his antlers, normally crowned with swirling nebulae, dimmed to ash-gray. The pool's surface clouded as a frigid wind ripped across the plateau. Frost flowers bloomed and died on the stones in seconds. "The balance breaks," came a voice like roots moving through soil. From the pooling shadows emerged the stag, limping but regal, his coat flickering between midnight black and the pearlescent sheen of a soap bubble. "The thunderbeam's roots are poisoned by forgotten tears," he murmured, breath forming constellations that dissolved before touching the ground. Guided by the stag's faltering light, they navigated hidden valleys where rivers flowed upside down beneath their paws, and forests of glass fungi chimed warnings as they passed. At the thunderbeam's base, a tree wider than 100 redwoods, its bark etched with lightning scars, they found the corruption, a weeping wound filled with viscous darkness that smelled of rust and loneliness. "This grief is not the forest's own," realized Bramble, recalling Elder Moss's lessons about emotional echoes. Thistle pressed her paws to the earth, sensing the sorrow's origin, a human child's abandoned cry from decades past, festering in the roots. Together they wove remedies. Bramble's quick paws gathered laughter trapped in dandelion clocks, while Thistle's quills collected compassionate dewdrops from morning spiderwebs. The stag channeled their offerings through his antlers into a beam of liquid moonlight that scoured the wound clean. As the last traces of darkness evaporated, the thunderbeam shuddered. New bark, glowing with bioluminescent lichen, spread across its trunk. The stag's antlers bloomed with newborn stars, their light fracturing through ice crystals in the air to paint rainbows across the snow. Seasons slid back into their proper order with a sound like 1,000 pages turning in a sacred book. Their return journey was a blur of blooming frost and birdsong, stitching the sky back together. At the grand hemlock, Elder Moss greeted them with chamomile tea, sweetened with honey from time-forgotten hives. "You've mended more than seasons," he said as fireflies performed a thankful dance above them. Every healed wound strengthens the forest's memory. That night, as the first true frost painted fractal lace across pumpkin leaves, the hollow's creatures gathered beneath the resurrected thunderbeam. Glowworms strung bioluminescent garlands between branches, while fire-tailed foxes performed the dance of returning light. Thistle and Bramble sat atop a toadstool table, sharing roasted acorns with a family of voles as the starlit stag's antlers cast shifting star patterns across their faces. In the years that followed, whenever unseasonal winds tried to stray from their paths, the forest remembered. Maple seeds carried echoes of the stag's light in their spiral flights, spiderwebs glistened with captured stardust to balance morning dew, and the thunderbeam's roots hummed lullabies to lonely shadows. But on crisp autumn evenings, when the air smells particularly of wood smoke and possibility, those who listen closely might hear a hedgehog and rabbit laughing with the wind, a warm sound that reminds the world to bend, not break, when seasons change. Story 5. In the heart of the amberwood, where sunlight fell in honeyed ribbons through ancient oaks, there existed a secret known only to the forest's inhabitants. Moss-draped stones hummed with memories of forgotten storms, and willow tendrils dipped into crystal streams to write prophecies upon the water. It was here, beneath the gnarled roots of the heart tree, a colossal silver birch whose bark shimmered like starlight on water, that the creatures of wood and wing gathered when the world tilted between seasons. Young Tobin, a russet-furred fox with eyes like polished citrine, first noticed the imbalance on an autumn morning that smelled of wood smoke and impending frost. The usually crisp maple leaves hung limp and gray at the edges, their scarlet brilliance muted as if drained by invisible hands. Brook salamanders whose skin should have deepened to autumn gold still bore the emerald hues of midsummer, darting nervously between rocks in the amber-stained shallows. Worst of all, the heart tree's luminous bark had developed hairline cracks, weeping sap that crystallized mid-fall into tiny amber bells that chimed mournfully in the wind. "Grandmother Pinecone will know," murmured Juniper, a hedgehog whose quills were perpetually tangled with lavender blooms. Her tiny claws click-clacked against the hollow log where she stored her herb jars, each labeled in firefly ink. She remembers when the winter ravens forgot their migration paths, and when the spring rains came 2 moons early. The journey to Grandmother Pinecone's dwelling took them through the valley of whispering ferns, where every step released the scent of rain-soaked earth, and every frond leaned close to murmur secrets. Tobin's paws sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath his weight, while Juniper rolled herself into a spiked ball to tumble down slopes carpeted with cinnamon-colored pine needles. Above them, a squadron of starlings wheeled in fractal patterns, their wingbeats syncopated with the distant rumble of thunder practicing its autumn voice. They found the ancient tortoise halfway up Moonlace Hill, her algae-covered shell blending perfectly with the jade outcroppings. Her eyes, cloudy with age yet sharp as owl talons, observed them through a curtain of silvery lichen that served as her door. "Ah," she rasped, her voice like wind through dried reeds, "the heart tree's song grows faint." A clawed foot emerged to stir the contents of a stone bowl filled with rainwater and drowned moonlight. 3 nights passed, the northern lights danced too close to earth, their threads caught in the branches, tangling the season's loom. As she spoke, the air before them shimmered like heat over summer stones, revealing a vision. Crystalline auroras snagged on the heart tree's highest branches like torn silk, their vibrant greens and purples leaching color from the autumn forest below. The celestial lights pulsed in time with the cracks spreading through the birch's trunk, each throb stealing more vibrancy from the world. "What must we do?" Tobin asked, tail brushing nervously against a cluster of milkweed pods that burst into floating silken whispers. Grandmother Pinecone's neck creaked as she turned toward the east. "Seek the frost spinners, those who weave winter's first lace upon pond and leaf, but mind the shadow mire its waters mirror not what is, but what might yet be." The shadow mire waited beyond the safety of sunlit groves, where trees grew crooked and close, their branches knitting a ceiling that turned noon into twilight. Tobin and Juniper were joined by Sorrel, a kingfisher whose feathers held the blue of deep glacier ice, his flight path leaving temporary streaks of frost in the air. "Stay to the stone path," Sorrel advised, perched on Tobin's head as they picked through the gloom. The mire breathes, it hungers for stories to twist. But halfway across the lichen-crusted stepping stones, Juniper's herbal satchel slipped, scattering dried elderflower and moon petal into the black water. The mire awoke. Images bloomed on the Inkai surface, the heart tree reduced to a lifeless husk, the forest frozen in perpetual twilight. Tobin saw himself aged and frail, unable to chase fireflies through meadows. Sorrel's wings appeared broken in the reflection, trailing ghostly feathers. Juniper's vision showed her beloved herbs withering to dust in their jars. "Remember what is real," Sorrel squawked, diving to peck at the water. Where his beak struck, the visions shattered into ripples that hissed like angry serpents. Tobin focused on the warm solidity of Juniper's quills brushing his flank, the tang of pine resin cutting through the mire's decay-sweet stench. Step by trembling step, they emerged into a clearing where the air sparkled with suspended ice crystals, though no cold touched their fur and feathers. The frost spinner's glade was a cathedral of frozen lace. Delicate frost ferns climbed every tree trunk, their crystalline patterns more intricate than any spider's web. The spinners themselves moved like living snowdrifts, pale moths with wings like frosted glass, trailing threads of silver cold from their spindle legs. Their song was the creak of ice expanding under starlight, the whisper of snow settling on pine boughs. "Child of earth and fire," the eldest frost spinner hummed, alighting on Tobin's nose, "you seek balance." Her antennae brushed his whiskers, bringing the taste of frozen raspberries and the sharpness of January wind. The aurora's threads must be carded with starlight, woven into winter's cloak, but only those who brave the heights may gather what's required. It was Sorrel who volunteered, though kingfishers dread high places. Through the long autumn night he flew, past cloud layers that stuck to his wings like candyfloss, into air so thin it sparkled in his lungs. The stars here weren't mere points of light, but pulsing creatures that brushed against him, leaving trails of cosmic dust in their wake. With each star he touched, a thread of pure starlight wrapped around his talons until he glowed like a comet descending. Dawn was painting the eastern sky peach and lavender when the frost spinners began their work. The captured aurora threads now mingled with starlight shimmered between moth wings as the spinners wove them into a shawl of living frost. Tobin's breath caught as the fabric took shape, here the deep purple of twilight snow, there the pale green of sunlight through glacial ice, all threaded with silver stardust. "Now the journey none may make alone," the frost spinners chorused as they draped the shawl over Juniper's back. The hedgehog trembled under its weightless chill, her lavender blooms rhymed with frost that didn't melt. The final ascent up the heart tree required every skill the friends possessed. Sorrel carried Juniper in short bursts of flight, his wings shedding ice crystals. Tobin scaled the rough bark, claws finding purchase in cracks that pulsed faintly with the tree's fading vitality. Up they climbed, past owl nests cradled in knotholes, through clouds of sleepy autumn gnats, until the world below became a patchwork quilt of gold and crimson canopy. At the crown, where the highest branches brushed the belly of the sky, the aurora threads thrummed with trapped energy. Juniper unfurled the frost shawl with a flick of her quills, the spinner's creation floating upward like thistledown made of winter's first breath. Where shawl met aurora, the tangled threads relaxed, their stolen colors flowing back into the forest below in a cascade of liquid light. As the last knot unwove itself, the heart tree shuddered from roots to crown. Sap turned from amber tears to liquid sunlight, sealing cracks with seams of gold. Below them, the forest exhaled maples burst into proper crimson glory, oaks traded summer green for burnished copper, and the salamanders' skins rippled through every shade of autumn fire. When they descended, Grandmother Pinecone waited with a feast of late blackberries and mushroom-stuffed acorns. "Well-woven little weavers," she rumbled, moonlight catching in the dewdrops on her shell. "Remember this truth, seasons are not chains, but a dance. Without winter's rest, no spring may bloom. Without summer's growth, no autumn harvest." As the first true snowflakes began to spiral down each one, a tiny replica of the frost spinners laced the friends nestled in the heart tree's roots. Sorrel preened stardust from his wings, Juniper sorted frost-preserved herbs into her jars, and Tobin watched his breath make clouds in the air, marveling at how crisis could crystallize into friendship. High above, the mended auroras danced their eternal waltz across the night sky, careful now to keep their distance from the earthly realm. And deep in the forest's dreaming heart, the seasons turned as they should not separate, but seamless, each containing the seed of the next, woven together by unseen threads of magic and care. Story 6. The firelight danced across the worn leather cover of the old journal as Milo carefully turned its parchment pages. Outside his attic window, the first autumn storm rattled birch branches against the glass, but here among the dust motes and memories, the 12-year-old felt wrapped in the quiet safety of forgotten things. His fingers paused at oppressed flower petals like stained glass, stem glowing faintly even after decades between pages. Beneath it, in his grandmother's looping script, read, "Moonbloom only grows where starlight pools in the whispering woods. Handle with courage." The floorboards creaked. Milo nearly dropped the journal as a sudden gust extinguished his candle. In the lingering smoke's wispy trail, something extraordinary happened. The moonbloom's faint glow intensified, painting emerald constellations across the ceiling. The attic walls seemed to breathe outward, the scent of pine resin and cold stream water flooding the room. From somewhere distant came wind chimes made of icicles. Milo's trembling fingers hovered over the glowing flower. "It's just grandmother's stories," he whispered to the empty trunks and draped furniture. But when his fingertip brushed the petal, winter melted into spring. The transformation happened in a single heartbeat. One moment he knelt on scratchy wool blankets, the next, moss cushioned his knees. Towering trees with bark like braided silver surrounded him, their canopies filtering sunlight into liquid gold. Butterflies the size of songbirds floated between flowers that chimed when touched. And there, pulsing gently at the clearing's edge, stood an archway of intertwined roots glowing with the same green light as the moonbloom. "First rule of wandering," came a voice like rustling leaves, "never touch magical flora without proper gloves." Milo spun to find a girl perched in a hawthorn tree, her patched cloak covered in living vines. Pine needles glittered in her chestnut hair like misplaced constellations. She swung down with the ease of someone who'd never known floors or furniture, landing light as a dandelion seed. "You're not a forest spirit," Milo blurted, then flushed. His grandmother's stories always warned about offending hidden folk. The girl laughed, a sound that made nearby flowers bloom instantaneously. Tilda of the Bramble Guild, apprentice mapmaker. She gestured to the satchel overflowing with scrolls at her hip. "And you're clearly a world beyond child. Let me see your hands." Before Milo could protest, Tilda seized his wrists. Her fingers felt like tree bark warmed by sunlight. "Ah, moonbloom residue, you've triggered a temporary portal." She peered at his face with eyes that shifted from hazel to amber in the dappled light. "It'll wear off by sundown. Come on, then." "Wait, where?" "To get your cure, obviously." Tilda was already striding toward the root archway. "Unless you want to stay here forever, though," she added over her shoulder, "the Spriggans do love adopting strays." The forest unfolded in layers of wonder. They crossed a bridge woven from living willow over a river, where fish sparkled like submerged stars. Tilda named each marvel as they passed. Foxfire fungi for direction, always grows north-facing. Those amber droplets on the cedar, sunrise sap sweetest thing you'll ever taste, but it makes humans giggle for hours. When Milo stumbled over a raised root, the tree itself curled its bark out of his path. "Are they alive?" he whispered. Tilda plucked a glowing berry from a nearby bush. "Everything's alive, just most things don't have mouths to argue with." She popped the berry in her mouth and immediately sneezed 7 tiny rainbows. "Ugh, chatterfruit, terrible for map-making." As they walked, Tilda's cloak collected souvenirs, a acorn cap here, a drifting thistle seed there. Milo's pockets grew heavy with wonders, a feather that changed colors with his breath, a smooth stone warm as fresh bread, a vial of liquid moonlight Tilda called emergency rations. The cure, it turned out, grew in a crater-shaped valley where the trees formed a perfect spiral. At the center stood a spring bubbling with water darker than midnight. Floating on its surface were lily pads shaped like crescent moons. "Lunaria leaves," Tilda announced. "Chew one thoroughly and you'll be home before the last swallow migrates." She crouched to pluck a silvery leaf, then froze. "Or we could wait, if you wanted to see the Starfall Festival tonight." Milo hesitated. The forest air tasted like possibilities. Somewhere above the canopy, a flock of crystal-winged birds passed with windchime calls. Would that be allowed? Tilda's smile outshone the glowing moss. "I'll teach you the willow walk so the wardens won't spot us, but first..." She tossed him the lunaria leaf. "Better take this now, portal magic gets tricky after dark." The leaf melted on his tongue like snowflake honey. For a moment, the world tilted sideways. Milo gripped a sapling for balance, surprised when it gripped him back. How long until? A horn sounded in the distance, deep and resonant as a hollowed mountain. Tilda's head snapped up. That's the frost elk herd migrating through the lower vale. They only pass during the equinox. She bit her lip, conflict dancing across her freckled face. But the starfall preparations. Milo straightened, still tingling from roots to fingertips. "Let's see both." Tilda stared at him, then burst out laughing. "World beyond children are mad, I like it." She grabbed his hand, her palm rough with bark patterns. "Run properly now." They raced through the forest as it prepared for evening. Flowers closed into paper lanterns, their glow intensifying as shadows lengthened. Tilda called out hazards with the ease of someone reading a familiar book. "Mind the dreamroot patch, don't step on the singing mushrooms. Oh, lovely, sprite orbs ahead." The frost elk took Milo's breath away. 20 creatures with antlers like frozen lightning stood knee-deep in a misty pond, their coats shifting from snow white to twilight blue. As they drank, the water steamed and crackled, sending up spirals of frost that bloomed into crystalline flowers upon hitting the air. "Don't move," Tilda whispered. Her cloak had shifted to match the silvery bark around them. "They startle if you..." A young elk calf suddenly lifted its head, liquid eyes locking onto Milo. Time stretched like caramel. Then the creature bounded forward, hooves clicking like ice cubes in spring water. Milo held his breath as velvet nostrils examined his jacket, leaving frost patterns on the fabric. "Fascinating," Tilda murmured, her journal now open and sketching rapidly. "They usually avoid humans. You must have, oh." The calf sneezed a tiny snowstorm into Milo's face. By the time they reached the festival clearing, twilight had painted the sky in periwinkle and apricot. Hundreds of creatures filled the mossy amphitheater, willowy dryads with hair like weeping willows, stocky gnomes riding badgers, even a trio of tree spirits arguing over acorn cups filled with dewdrop wine. Stay close, Tilda warned, steering them toward a cluster of boulders. The wardens check for uninvited guests once the... Tilda Bramblethorn boomed a voice like creaking timber. Skulking about again. A towering figure blocked their path, antlers nearly scraping the low-hanging stars. His eyes glowed like banked embers beneath a crown of frost ferns. The warden's cloak appeared woven from shadows and spider silk, shifting restlessly even without wind. Uncle Thorn. Tilda stood defiant, though Milo noticed her grip tighten on her satchel. This is my research assistant. We're studying interdimensional cultural exchange. The warden leaned down until his breath, which smelled surprisingly of cinnamon, fogged Milo's glasses. Human child, you understand it's forbidden to. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Above them, the first star detached from the velvety sky and streaked earthward. Where it landed, a luminous sapling sprouted, branches already heavy with starlit fruit. The warden straightened. Later, niece. He melted into the shadows as music swelled, flutes carved from dawn mist, drums stretched with thunderclouds. Tilda exhaled shakily. That was close. Normally I'd get 3 lectures and a memory wiping. She glanced at Milo. Why didn't he? Look. Milo pointed. The sapling's roots were spreading across the clearing in glowing rivulets. Where they passed, the ground sprouted cushions of scented moss and tables heaped with impossible foods, bread with galaxies baked into the crust, pies steaming with northern lights, drinks that shifted flavors with each sip. The festival unfolded in a dreamlike whirl. Milo learned dances where his feet barely touched the ground, traded jokes with a pebble-faced troll who cried literal rivers of laughter, and sampled a honeycake that made his bones hum like cello strings. Through it all, Tilda scribbled notes, occasionally muttering things like 87% less chaotic than last year's precipitation festival, or moonhare migration patterns clearly affecting dessert selection. As midnight approached, the music softened. Creatures began lying back on the moss, gazing upward. Tilda tugged Milo's sleeve. Best part. Above them, the Milky Way rippled like a silken scarf in breeze. Then, all at once, the stars began to fall. Not in singles, but in shimmering curtains of light. They streamed downward, each strand settling gently over the forest like a bride's veil. Where starlight touched bark, bioluminescent patterns bloomed. Starfall, Tilda whispered. The forest remembers. Her usually sharp features softened in the celestial glow. They say each strand shows a memory from the year past. Look, there's the frost elk crossing. Indeed, a strand of starlight coalesced into miniature elk, leaping over frozen streams. Milo watched, entranced, as another strand replayed their own earlier dash through the woods. Tilda's laughter crystallized into windchime notes. Wait, Milo frowned as a dark patch appeared in the shimmering tapestry. What's that? A section of the starfall dimmed, the memories there fractured and blurred. Tilda sat up sharply. That's near the Elder Glade. The Heartwood's memories are damaged. Before she could explain, Milo's skin began tingling intensely. He looked down to find his fingers turning translucent. Tilda. Oh crumbs, the Lunaria's wearing off. She grabbed his shoulders. Listen carefully. When you wake, find the moonbloom's twin under the... The forest dissolved into starlight confetti. Milo gasped awake on the attic floor, dawn painting the walls peach gold. His clothes smelled of pine and possibility. Scattered around him lay forest souvenirs, the color-shifting feather, the warm stone, and clutched in his fist, a lunaria leaf with bite marks. Dreaming again, little owl. His grandmother stood in the attic doorway, tray of steaming cocoa in hand. Her eyes twinkled as they fell on his forest treasures. Or perhaps something more. As Milo spilled the adventure between cocoa sips, his grandmother nodded knowingly. The Bramblethorn clan were always terrible rule followers, good map makers though. She produced an envelope sealed with wax the color of storm clouds. This arrived by Raven this morning. Inside, on paper that smelled of campfires and ambition. Milo of the world beyond. Your assistance required stellar memory degradation. Meet at the twin moonblooms when the horned owl calls thrice. Bring cinnamon. The warden prefers lattes. TB. P.S. Never mention the sneezing rainbows. His grandmother squeezed his hand. The woods remember visitors, but they also forget. Best to answer while the path still knows your name. Outside, the first autumn leaves began to fall, each one whispering of future adventures waiting just beyond the visible world. Story 7. The amber light of late afternoon spilled through the attic's cobwebbed window, painting dust motes gold as they drifted over the old cedar chest. 12-year-old Clara traced her fingers along its carved lid, where ivy patterns curled around a curious keyhole shaped like a falling star. The air smelled of dried lavender and secrets. Beneath a stack of yellowed sheet music, her hand closed around something cold and metallic. A key, its bow wrought in twisting silver vines, lay nestled in the papers. When Clara lifted it, the attic seemed to inhale, a soft, shivering breath that made the hanging tapestries sway. The key hummed faintly, like a tea kettle moments before singing. "What are you hiding?" she whispered. The star-shaped teeth slid into the lock with a click that echoed like distant wind chimes. What opened wasn't the chest, but the wall behind it. Bricks dissolved into arching boughs of willow, their leaves trailing through air that suddenly tasted of rain-soaked earth and something sweeter, roasted chestnuts perhaps, or caramelized sunlight. A path unfurled before Clara's scuffed boots, paved not with stones but with overlapping maple keys, their papery wings fluttering in a breeze that hadn't been there moments before. Somewhere ahead, water chuckled over smooth pebbles. "First time through the veil, I take it," said a voice like rustling parchment. Clara whirled. Perched on a grandfather clock, half swallowed by flowering ivy, sat an owl, with spectacles balanced precariously on his beak. His feathers were the color of well-loved books, streaked with silver at the tips. "I'm Figwort," he said, blinking amber eyes. "Keeper of crossroads, you've brought the key of unspooled hours, I see. How novel. It usually chooses librarians or historians." Clara tightened her grip on the key. "Chooses." "For finding what's been misplaced," Figwort replied, preening a wing feather. "Not objects, mind you, the other things people lose, laughter trapped in old walls, the names of childhood stars, that sort of thing. Come along, then. The Fairman's expecting you." The path led them to a river wider than Clara's hometown, its waters shimmering with trapped starlight. On the bank stood a gondola fashioned from a single enormous pumpkin, its hull carved with grinning crescent moons. At the helm lounged a gangly raccoon in a striped gondolier's jersey, tail flicking as he shelled sunflower seeds. "Pip," Figwort hooted. "Stop littering the Zeitfluss and help the fledgling." "Chill your talons, Scribblefeathers," Pip drawled, offering Clara a paw. "Hop in, Stardust," words already buzzing downstream, the keybearers here to mend the fracture. As they glided past islands where clock towers grew like trees and bridges arched like sleeping cats, Pip explained the trouble. A piece of the veil, the delicate membrane between the ordinary and the unseen, had torn near the Hourglass Mountains. Memories were leaking through, a widow's last dance with her husband, a forgotten king's true name, the recipe for a cake that could make winters gentle. Without these anchors, the human world was growing sharper, brittler, like glass cooled too quickly. But why me? Clara asked, watching her reflection ripple in the starry current. I couldn't even keep Miss Tibbs' classroom fern alive. Pip flicked a seed at her knee. Keys don't care about what you've done, they care about what you notice. Speaking of, he nodded ahead. The river bent around a hill where 7 ancient oaks formed a perfect circle. Between their trunks hung a tear in reality itself, a jagged wound through which Clara glimpsed her own world. But the colors were wrong. The park bench beyond the rip leached of its red paint, the laughing toddler on it silent and stiff as a porcelain doll. The fractures eating their nows, Figwort murmured. Soon they'll forget how to be present entirely. Something moved in the corner of Clara's vision. Near the largest oak knelt a girl made of dappled shadows, her fingers weaving what looked like liquid moonlight into the torn veil. The repair held for a heartbeat before unraveling. Thistledown, Pip whispered. Last of the Stitchers. She's been working non-stop since the tear appeared. Clara approached slowly, the key warm against her palm. Up close, Thistledown's hands trembled with exhaustion, her stitches growing sloppier with each attempt. The fracture pulsed hungrily. Can I help? Clara asked. Thistledown started, her needle freezing mid-stitch. You're alive, flesh and blood alive. So are you, Clara said, though she wasn't entirely sure. A sad smile. Not anymore, the fracture took my anchors weeks ago, the smell of my brother's hair after rain, the way my mother hummed off-key. Without those, I'm just thread. The key throbbed. Clara glanced down and saw its teeth had transformed into tiny hooks, glinting like constellation points. May I? She reached for the unraveling stitchwork. Thistledown hesitated, then offered her needle. It won't hold, the tear's too deep. But Clara wasn't looking at the tear. The key's hum had sharpened into a chord only she could hear, a lullaby her father used to sing, the creak of her treehouse ropes in summer, the particular silence of snow falling at midnight. Following its pull, she pressed the key not to the veil, but to the oak's trunk. Bark rippled. Where the key touched, a door materialized, small and crooked, like something a child would draw. Through it wafted the scent of melted wax and ink. The memory vault, Figwort breathed. Clever girl. Inside, the tree hollow held countless glowing jars. Some flickered with firefly light, others swirled like storm clouds. Clara's key tugged her toward a jar filled with swirling sapphire mist. As she lifted it, laughter bubbled inside, not just Thistledown's, but dozens of others, layered like leaves in a forest. You didn't lose your anchors, Clara realized. The fracture hid them. Thistledown's hands flew to her mouth as Clara poured the jar's contents into the torn veil. The memories wove themselves into the fabric, a boy's voice shouting, "Watch me climb," a woman's off-key humming, the tang of wild blueberries bursting on the tongue. Where they touched, the fracture began knitting closed. Now the key, Thistledown urged. Seal it. But Clara paused. The edges still frayed, threads snapping like overtuned violin strings. She pressed her palm to the mending veil and whispered, "It's okay to be unfinished." The fracture stilled. "What are you doing?" Figwort fretted. "My dad's a potter," Clara said, watching the threads slow their unspooling. "He says cracks aren't failures, they're where the light gets in." She placed the key gently against the mending tier. "Grow stronger here, okay? We'll check on you." The veil rippled. For an instant, Clara saw both worlds superimposed, her ordinary town with its leaking colors, and the shimmering veil with its pumpkin boats and owl librarians. Then, with a sound like pages turning in unison, the realms settled into harmony. Thistledown's form solidified, freckles appearing across her nose. You gave it permission to be scarred." "Scars mean healing happened," Clara said, pocketing the now dormant key. Pip rode them back as the Zeitfluss sang a lullaby of eddying stars. At the attic portal, Figwort bowed his feathery head. "You'll return, key-bearer, they always do." "Not too soon, I hope," Clara grinned, stepping through. The attic smelled of cedar and possibility. Outside the window, her town glowed warmly, the park bench freshly painted, children's laughter rising like soap bubbles. In her pocket, the key had reshaped itself into a charm of interlocking rings. Clara hung it by her bed, where it caught the moonlight just so. Some nights when the world feels too sharp, she presses her ear to the charm and hears it, the chuckle of a raccoon gondolier, the rustle of pages in an owl's wings, and beneath it all, the steady heartbeat of mending worlds. Story 8. The Whispering Pendant. Beneath a sky smudged with twilight purple, where fireflies blinked like earthbound stars, there stood a cottage with butter-yellow shutters. In its attic slept a velvet box containing a pendant shaped like an acorn, its surface etched with grooves mimicking the rings of ancient trees. 12-year-old Clara discovered it while searching for mittens, the brass chain spilling through her fingers like liquid sunlight. When she clasped it around her neck, the world exhaled. Wind carried voices. Not human voices, but the low creak of oak beams settling, the chitter of sparrows tucked under eaves, even the drowsy murmur of wool blankets in the linen chest. Clara pressed the acorn to her collarbone, her heartbeat sinking with a rhythm deeper than her own, the slow pulse of roots drinking, of sap climbing, of stones dreaming underground. That night a barn owl tapped its beak against her window. Its amber eyes held maps. "The greenwood's heart weakens," it hooted, talons curling around the sill. "Follow the moonlight where it pools." I, the beckoning. Clara slipped through the garden gate, pumpkin-shaped lanterns bobbing farewell. The owl led her past the brook where minnows sketched silver dashes, into a grove where birch trunks glowed like bone flutes. Moonlight pooled in a hollow between roots, swirling like mercury. When Clara stepped in, the earth sighed and swallowed her gently. She emerged into a valley veiled in perpetual autumn. Maples burned crimson, their leaves tinkling like glass wind chimes. Butterflies the size of handkerchiefs floated on air thick with the scent of cinnamon and damp moss. Yet something soured the breeze, a metallic tang like rusted nails. "First the iron sickness came," said a voice like crackling parchment. A figure emerged, a badger in a waistcoat patched from mushroom leather, spectacles perched on his snout. Then the withering, our streams slow, our trees forget how to bloom, and the starlight hearts vanish mid-step. He introduced himself as Thistlewick, keeper of forgotten paths. The pendant warmed against Clara's skin. She touched it and the vision struck like lightning, a great tree with bark blackened by poison, its branches clutching a glowing orb. "The ever oak," she breathed. "Ah." Thistlewick adjusted his spectacles. "You've seen." 2. The Fractured Fellowship. They journeyed toward the blighted tree, accompanied by Pod, a sentient dandelion puff who nested in Clara's hair. The forest grew stranger. Willows wept black sap, hedgehog families huddled in ashen burrows, and once they glimpsed the starlight heart's skeletal remains, its antlers crumbling like sugar. At the mossfolk village they found discord. Frog-shaped rain collectors lay empty. Elder Mallow, a newt with emerald scales, blamed the Foxfire clan upstream. They hoard the last clean springs. Meanwhile, Fernwhisper, a fox with fur like smoldering cedar, accused the mossfolk of stealing cloud seeds. "No rains come, you're doing." Clara knelt, pendant glowing. Pressing palms to soil, she heard the truth, tangled roots choked by glistening black threads. "It's not each other you should fear," she said. "There's a sickness under everything." A fawn emerged, her left side withered. "The iron web," she whispered. The diggers spread it. 3. The Burrowers. Deep in the Tarot caves they found the diggers, mole folk with eyes milky from decades underground. Their queen rasped from a throne of jagged metal. Surface dwellers scorched our tunnels with fire sticks. We tunneled deeper, found the shiny blood. It strengthens, it burns. She gestured to pulsing veins of ore in the walls. Clara's pendant flared. This metal isn't your friend, it's poisoning the earth. Lies. The queen surged forward, then coughed violently, black oil speckling her whiskers. Pod floated to her, shedding glowing seeds. Where they landed, the oily sludge recoiled. The queen stared. The shiny blood hurts. Let us show you, Clara said. 4. The Unweaving. United, the creatures undertook the great unweaving. Mossfolk distilled purifying rain from cloud seeds. Foxfire clan kindled cleansing flames. Diggers tunneled around poison veins while Clara, guided by the pendant, sang to the ever oak's roots. Her melody drew strength from memories, grandmother teaching her to knead dough, father's laugh as he swung her over puddles, the smell of pages in her first library book, all proof that tender things could endure. The ever oak shuddered. From its branches dropped not leaves, but luminous feathers. They swirled into a starlight heart, reborn. With each step, flowers erupted where its hooves touched blight. V. The Farewell. At dawn, Clara stood at the birch portal, Thistlewick adjusting his spectacles. You'll forget, human child, the greenwood protects itself. But Clara gripped the pendant. I'll remember. And she did, in the way rain tasted sweeter, how old trees seemed to lean toward her, the certainty that when shadows lengthened, unseen friends walked beside her. Years later, Clara became a botanist specializing in polluted land restoration. Her office held a dried dandelion stem in a glass case, a fox-shaped paperweight, and an acorn pendant that occasionally hummed when ancient oaks whispered greetings. Epilogue: The Second Visitor. One frost-dusted evening, a girl with Clara's maple leaf hair discovered the velvet box. As the pendant settled against her collarbone, an owl tapped at the window, bearing news of a blight in the coral depths. But that is a tale for another night, when the fire crackles just so, and the stars lean close to listen. Story 9. The quilt had always been there, draped across the foot of grandmother's bed like a patchwork sunset. 12-year-old Clara traced the fraying edges with her fingertips the morning after the funeral, each square whispering stories beneath her touch. The cinnamon-scented room still held the shape of absence, sunlight pooling in dust motes where a familiar voice should have been. It was when her tears fell upon a triangular scrap of indigo velvet that the first thread began to glow. Mind the stitching, little one, chirped a voice like rustling tissue paper. Clara jerked back as a silver thimble rolled off the bedside table, sprouting delicate clockwork legs. It scuttled up the quilt's topography, pausing beneath an embroidered willow tree. Your sorrow's tugging the seams loose. Can't have the memory roots coming unraveled, can we? The world tilted. Clara gripped the quilt as the thimble's glow spread through the fabric like liquid starlight. Suddenly she stood beneath the willow's weeping branches, fireflies humming a lullaby between its leaves. A starling with feathers like mother-of-pearl hopped down from its perch. Ah, the thimbles sent us a mender. You'll be wanting to speak with the keeper of threads, I expect. Thus began Clara's journey through the stitched realm. The quilt's patches became forests of velvet moss and mountains of crocheted cloud. She met a badger in waistcoat pockets who sorted memories into honeycomb shelves, his spectacles gleaming with the light of 1,000 captured fireflies. Every stitch holds a heartbeat, he explained, patting a square depicting children chasing maple seeds. Your grandmother wove her joys here, but see this torn edge. His claw trembled near a fraying patch of storm-gray wool. Grief left unmended becomes a hole. Guided by the thimble, who insisted on being called Monsieur Peak, Clara learned to listen to the quilt's whispers. A tea-stained linen square taught her the song of rain on attic windows through its scent of bergamot and nostalgia. A hexagonal scrap of bridal silk hummed with the vibration of long-ago laughter. But the storm-gray patch grew darker, its threads snapping one by one like over-tightened violin strings. The crisis came when Clara found the river of embroidered silver thread running cloudy. The memory currents clogged with unshed tears, clucked Madame Charu, a kingfisher whose plumage shifted between sapphire and sorrow blue. She perched on Clara's shoulder as they floated past button mushrooms, glowing with bioluminescent moss. Mend the tear before midnight, or the stories will unravel forever. In the gray patch's tempest, Clara discovered the heart of her grandmother's grief, a loss too sharp for words, hidden beneath years of bedtime stories and chamomile tea. The thimble rattled anxiously as wind whipped the embroidered raindrops sideways. "We'll need more than thread here," Monsieur Peak shouted over the gale. "This storm feeds on lonely silence." Remembering the badger's archives and the starling's songs, Clara began weaving not with needle, but with truth. She stitched apologies left unsaid into the fabric with help from the quilt's creatures, each confession a golden thread against the gloom. The kingfisher dived for river pearls of understanding, the badger unearthed buried kindnesses from his honeycomb vaults, and together they patched the tear with forgiveness's fragile lace. As the last stitch settled, the storm gray softened to dawn's first light. Clara found herself back in her grandmother's room, the quilt warm around her shoulders. The indigo triangle where her tear had fallen now shimmered with new embroidery, a girl and a thimble walking a path of starlight, surrounded by creatures stitching the night with laughter. Years later, when Clara's own granddaughter marveled at the quilt's whispering patches, she'd smile and smooth the silver-threaded storm. "The strongest mends aren't hidden," she'd say, tracing the repaired seam. "They're where the light gets in." And if sometimes the thimble seemed to wink from its drawer, or a starling's song carried notes of a familiar lullaby, well, that's simply how stories breathe. The quilt remains, softer now, its patches telling tales of a girl who learned that grief and joy share the same thread. In the quiet hours, when moonlight slants through the window just so, you might glimpse the stitched realm's guardians moving through their tapestry world, keeping watch, keeping mended, keeping the stories alive for the next heart ready to listen. Story 10. In the amber-hued village of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones shimmered with perpetual dew, there came a week when the clocks all forgot their manners. Teapots paused mid-steam, sundials cast shadows in spirals rather than straight lines, and old Widow Hemsley's cuckoo clock began announcing Thursdays at half-past rabbits. The villagers shuffled through mismatched hours, arriving at berry-picking contests during moonrise and singing lullabies at noon, until a girl named Leela noticed the pattern. Every disruption began near the ancient clock tower where the town's first hourglass still turned. Leela wore mittens knitted from storm-cloud wool, they hummed when thunder approached, and carried a satchel containing 3 acorn caps, a compass that pointed to wherever smelled of fresh bread, and a small, perpetually concerned hedgehog named Bramble. Together they approached the clock tower at the violet hour, when shadows stretched themselves thin. The oak door groaned open to reveal gears blanketed in silvery moss, and there, curled in the pendulum's swing, lay a creature no larger than a teapot, a clockwork dragon with wings of folded parchment, its tail ticking like a metronome. Every tremor of its brass whiskers sent ripples through the tower's timekeeping heart. "SHHH," whispered Lila, though the dragon hadn't made a sound. Bramble nibbled a ginger snap from her pocket, the universal currency of hedgehog diplomacy, and offered it with a tiny bow. The dragon blinked eyes like molten honey, and in the space between heartbeats, Leela understood. It wasn't breaking the clocks. It was dreaming them. Each whir of its tail conjured tales of forgotten minutes. A birthday party paused mid-laugh, a grandmother's unfinished lullaby, and the village clock's sympathetic souls had begun acting out these lost fragments. The solution arrived in the form of Opal, the town's lamplighter, who carried a voice smoother than candle wax. What if, she mused, lighting the dragon's claws with bioluminescent moss, we give its dreams a doorway? For 7 nights the villagers left offerings at the clock tower, a ribbon tied around a remembered joke, a thimbleful of starlight, a harmonica note held until dawn. The dragon absorbed these like kindling, and on the 8th morning every clock in Willowbrook chimed in unison. From then on the creature's tale kept perfect time, except during nap hours, when it hummed lullabies that made sundials yawn. But this was merely the first thread in Willowbrook's unraveling mystery. Soon after, the river began flowing upward every Tuesday. Not in a dangerous gush, but in polite, arching loops that carried maple seeds back to their branches and rearranged fishing boats into floral patterns. Leela discovered Bramble attempting to converse with a disgruntled tadpole stranded midair. "It's not the water's fault," the hedgehog translated, whiskers twitching. "Something's asking it to rise." Their investigation led them upstream to a forgotten mill where the wheels spun without touching the current. Inside, they found rainwater pooled into perfect spheres hovering like glass marbles, and at the center, a child-sized figure woven from river reeds and morning mist. The willow nymph, ancient guardian of the watershed, trembled as she explained in a voice like creaking ice, "The moon's reflection has gone missing from the deep pool. Without it to weigh down the night, the river grows restless." Here entered Professor Thistlefoot, the itinerant starling librarian who nested in the village bookstore. His spectacles were made from frozen starlight, they never fogged, and he carried maps of constellations that hadn't been invented yet. "The moon's reflection isn't lost," he clucked, adjusting his waistcoat of autumn leaves. "It's hiding." Last full moon, someone dropped a copper kettle into the sacred pool, terrible clangor. Startled the reflection right into the crayfish tunnels. The villagers formed a chain along the bank, singing the lullaby the moon had taught their great-grandparents. Layla waded into the shallows with a net woven from her own shadow. Bramble insisted this was crucial. When her fingers brushed something colder than winter and softer than silence, she lifted not a reflection, but a trembling silver salamander, the spirit of the moon's shy counterpart. It had been nesting in the kettle, soothed by the residual warmth of chamomile tea. As apology, the blacksmith forged tiny chimes from the offending kettle, hung where the breeze could play conversations between metal and moonlight. The river relaxed into its bed, though it retained a habit of bubbling up to adjust hats on particularly sunny days. The final oddity arrived with the first frost, a symphony of colors blooming across every pumpkin in the village. Not ordinary orange, but swirls of lapis lazuli and dawn pink, as if the gourds had swallowed fragments of the aurora. This time the culprit left clues, pearlescent scales near the compost heap, a half-eaten persimmon balanced on a fence post, and the distinct scent of thunderstorms clinging to Mrs. Pendle's prize-winning zucchini. Layla and Bramble tracked the trail to the hollow U where the air tasted of static. Their wings folded like crumpled poetry, sat a young rain phoenix, creatures meant to dwell in monsoon clouds, their feathers sparking gentle rains. This one had scorch marks along its crest, its plumage dull as unpolished pewter. "It's been using the pumpkins as replacement storm clouds," realized Opal, arriving with a jar of captured lightning bugs. "Without a proper storm to recharge, it's improvising." The remedy required diplomacy. Leela baked thunder cookies, black sesame with crystallized raindrops. Bramble negotiated with the local sparrows to loan a cumulus cloud, and Professor Thistlefoot transcribed the phoenix's migratory song onto parchment made from dandelion fluff. As the creature bathed in the borrowed storm, its feathers regained iridescence, and the pumpkins, though still fantastically hued, ceased their nightly humming of tempest tunes. On the evening the phoenix departed, the villagers gathered at the clock tower. The dragon dreamt their combined memories into a new constellation above the square, a hedgehog, a girl, and a teapot-shaped star. When the last cider mug emptied, they wandered home through streets where the lanterns burned a shade bluer than usual, just for the pleasure of novelty. Leela lay in her garret room, watching the clock tower's silhouette against the moon. Somewhere below, Bramble snored in a nest of mismatched socks, twitching paws conducting dreams of infinite biscuit crumbs. The great pendulum swung, its rhythm syncing with cricket song, and in that lullaby of whirs and whispers Willowbrook slept, a quilted tapestry of gentle mysteries, forever balanced between the practical and the impossible, where every solved puzzle left behind a warmer kind of magic than it found. Story 11. In the amber-hued village of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into maple-scented skies and cobblestones glistened with morning dew, there existed a mystery as perplexing as the pattern of falling leaves. It began on a crisp October twilight when the baker's favorite walnut rolling pin vanished from her windowsill, only to reappear the next dawn nestled in the arms of the old oak tree that guarded the town square. Then the tailor's unfinished quilt, stitched with threads of silver and sage, disappeared from his workbench and materialized days later draped across a boulder in Clover Meadow, its folds filled with wild raspberries. The townsfolk murmured over steaming mugs of spiced cider, their breath forming clouds in the chill air. "It's the work of forest sprites," said the blacksmith, though his twinkling eyes betrayed delight in the puzzle. "Perhaps the wind's grown mischievous," mused the potter, watching scarlet leaves pirouette across her garden. But 12-year-old Leela, whose freckles seemed to multiply each summer, and whose braids perpetually trailed ribbons from climbing trees, noticed what others hadn't. The missing items all held whispers of woodland. The rolling pin's wood came from the oak itself. The quilt's dyes were made from elderberries and moss. One twilight, as the village glowed with pumpkin lanterns, Leela approached the crooked cottage at the edge of the woods where Mr. Bramble, the elderly toymaker, whittled enchanted music boxes that played the songs of distant seas. His workshop smelled of beeswax and possibility, shelves brimming with clockwork songbirds and kaleidoscopes that showed memories instead of colors. "The forest isn't stealing," Leela declared, brushing a maple seed helicopter from her sleeve. "It's rearranging." Mr. Bramble adjusted his spectacles, carved from river ice that never melted. Ah, but why? His gnarled fingers set a wooden badger automaton scurrying across the workbench. "Perhaps we ought to ask better questions. What do these objects become when they're borrowed?" The answer arrived in a shimmer of cinnamon-scented air. Through the window floated a fox, not merely orange, but the color of dandelion flames at sunset, with eyes like twin harvest moons. It alighted on a barrel of rainbow-colored marbles, tail flicking as it spoke in a voice like rustling parchment. "Follow the moonlit thread," it intoned, vanishing in a swirl of maple leaves that left a single pine cone spinning on the floorboards. Thus began their quiet adventure. Guided by the fox's fleeting appearances, a flash of amber tail here, a paw print glowing faintly on moss, Leela and Mr. Bramble discovered a trail of clues woven into the forest's tapestry. A spiderweb strung with pearly buttons near the vanished quilt's location. Acorn caps filled with honey beside the oak tree. But the true revelation came when Leela knelt to tie her bootlace beneath a hawthorn bush and spotted tiny bite marks on the quilt's edge, not rodent nibbles, but precise, purposeful notches. "They're making something," she realized, fingers tracing the symmetrical patterns. Mr. Bramble hummed, retrieving a magnifying glass that revealed minuscule symbols etched into the wood and fabric. Circles within triangles, spirals that mirrored the galaxy of freckles on Leela's nose. The fox led them deeper into the whispering woods as the full moon rose, its light filtering through branches like liquid silver. In a clearing where fireflies pulsed in time with distant cricket songs, they found the answer. A towering structure of interlocking twigs and borrowed items, part nest and part cathedral, humming with magic. Dozens of velvet-furred harvest mice scurried along its ramparts, their tiny paws glowing like candle flames as they wove the villagers' belongings into the architecture. "The frost draft," gasped Mr. Bramble, understanding dawning like sunrise. Every 7 years, an early winter wind seeped into mouse burrows before they'd finished insulating them. This year the mice had improvised, borrowing materials that carried the villagers' warmth and care, the rolling pins smoothed by the baker's hands, the quilts stitched with the tailor's laughter. Their construction wasn't theft, but a bridge between worlds. Leela removed her scarf, wool dyed with marigolds from her garden, and laid it at the structure's base. One by one the townsfolk followed, adding a patchwork of offerings, embroidered handkerchiefs, bundles of lavender, a miniature sleigh carved by Mr. Bramble that played a lullaby when wound. The mice trilled gratitude, their song blending with the wind chimes of the forest. By first frost, the mystery had woven itself into Willowbrook's lore. The borrowed items returned, infused with the scent of pine sap and starlight, and the mice delivered gifts in turn, acorn caps filled with snowdrop seeds, maps of hidden berry patches, a constellation of mouse-sized quilts appearing on doorsteps. Leela found her scarf returned, now edged with silken threads spun from moonlight, warm as a hug even in deepest winter. And on still nights, if you leave your window open wide, you might hear the faintest melody, a harmony of the town's clocks, the brook's laughter, and the hum of 1,000 tiny paws building something marvelous in the dark. Story 12. In the velvet hush hours between twilight and dawn, there existed a village called Wixhello where chimney smoke curled in silver braids, and every garden gate squeaked a different melody. The cobblestone paths, worn smooth by generations of barefoot children and paw-padded creatures, glimmered with flecks of moonstone dust. It was here, beneath the sagging eaves of a cottage shaped like a teapot, that a girl named Leela first noticed the peculiar happenings. The mystery began on an autumn evening when the air smelled of burnt caramel apples, and the last fireflies blinked their farewells. Leela's favorite copper kettle, the one etched with dancing hedgehogs, had vanished from its hook above the hearth. In its place sat a perfect spiral of maple keys, still dewy from the woods. By week's end, 3 more oddities surfaced. Old Miss Juniper's spectacles disappeared from her knitting basket and reappeared balanced on a pumpkin stem. Mr. Bramble's loaf of sunflower bread turned into a bouquet of thistledown, and every last cinnamon stick floated from the market stalls to form a star-shaped raft in the duck pond. "It's the work of wander sprites," declared the baker, dusting flour from his beard like snow from a roof. "Mischief runs in their blood like yeast in dough." "Nonsense," tutted the town archivist, adjusting her moth-wing shawl. "This reeks of library gremlins. They've grown bored of rearranging books." Leela, however, noticed what others overlooked, a trail of faint indigo footprints, cat-sized but cloven-hoofed, leading from her hearth to the edge of the whispering woods. And so, armed with a lantern shaped like a dandelion puff and a pocketful of hazelnut biscuits, she followed the clues into the forest where trees hummed lullabies and ferns unfurled like green handkerchiefs to guide her way. Deep in the woods she found a cottage unlike any other, its walls woven from living willow branches, its roof thatched with owl feathers, and a door knocker shaped like a snoozing badger. Before she could lift the knocker, a voice like creaking parchment spoke from above. "Observing is wise, little sapling, but mind the 3rd step. It's grown temperamental since the last rain." Perched in the branches sat a great horned owl, his eyes twin amber moons. A tiny pendulum clock swung from a chain around his feathered neck, its hands pointing not to numbers but to carved symbols, a teacup, a keyhole, and a pair of clasped paws. "You're Mr. Featherwick." Leela gasped, recalling tales of the forest's timekeeping sage, who appeared only to those truly lost. "Do you know what's been taking our things?" The owl blinked slowly. What is borrowed is not stolen, though haste makes poor translators of us all. Seek the maker of hollow songs. With a ripple of feathers, he dropped a single claw-tipped hourglass into her palm before dissolving into the shadows. The clue gnawed at Leela's thoughts as she wandered home. Hollow songs, she paused by the mill pond where bullfrogs croaked dusk choruses, then near the weaver's hut where looms clicked like crickets. It wasn't until she passed the hollow oak, the one that chimed when wind threaded through its cracks, that she understood. Returning at dawn with Mr. Bramble's leftover pastry crumbs and Miss Juniper's spare spectacles, perched comically on her nose, Leela waited. As sunlight filtered through the oak's ancient ribs, a sound shivered the air, not birdsong but something glacier, like water dripping into a crystal bowl. There among the roots crouched a creature no taller than a teapot. Its body shimmered like blown glass, its antlers branched into delicate candelabras, and in its translucent belly glowed all the missing treasures. Leela's kettle, the cinnamon sticks, even a sprinkle of the baker's sugar diamonds. "You're the hollow singer," Leela whispered. The creature startled, its hooves clicking like wind chimes. "Wait, I'm not cross. Are you building something?" For you see, scattered around the oak's base lay half-formed sculptures, a tower of thistles glued with honey, a nest woven from hair ribbons and horseshoes, even a tiny throne of acorns and wishbones. The glass being, which Leela would later learn was a seldom-seen Vitrames, a spirit of forgotten crafts, trilled mournfully, gesturing to its fractured left foreleg. In its rush to gather materials, it had splintered its glass limb on the oak's roots, leaving it unable to properly mend its creations. What followed was a gentle ballet of problem-solving. Miss Juniper, whose hands could darn spiderweb tears, arrived with gossamer thread and pine resin glue. The baker contributed dough-sculpting tools, while children brought smooth river stones to prop up the Vitramese's shaky work table. As night fell, the creature, now christened Tinkle by the village toddlers, conducted them all in building a proper workshop, walls of woven birch bark, shelves of mushroom-capped drawers, and a kiln heated by friendly fire salamanders. The mystery's resolution came soft as thistledown. Tinkle hadn't meant to cause alarm, it simply hadn't known how to ask for help. Each theft was an attempt to trade, maple spirals for a kettle, thistledown for bread, starlight rafts for spices. With its leg mended and communication established through a system of windchime signals, the Vitramese became Wixellow's most beloved artisan. Villagers left out spare buttons and ribbon scraps for it to collect, and in return found their porridge bowls filled with blackberry clusters or their leaky roofs patched with rainbow-tinted resin. On the eve of the first frost, Leela found a new gift by her hearth, not her old kettle, but a new one crafted from twilight blue clay. Around its belly danced not hedgehogs, but a procession of creatures, owls with clock pendants, glass-antlered spirits, and a girl holding a dandelion lantern. When filled with chamomile tea, it played a tune like wind through an oak's hollow heart. And if sometimes, late at night, the villagers heard crystalline laughter echoing from the woods, they'd simply smile, stoke the fire, and murmur, "That's just Tinkle teaching the stars how to sing." For in Wixellow every mystery solved became not an ending, but a new beginning, warm as a hearthside tale, sweet as stolen cinnamon, and bright as the glow through a Vitramese's grateful heart. Story 13. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of everlasting mist, there lived a young potter named Leela. Her hands could shape clay into wonders, cups that hummed when filled with hot tea, bowls that kept soup warm for hours, vases that bloomed with phantom flowers when moonlight touched them. Yet for all her skill, Leela clung to routines as tightly as the river stones clung to their moss. Each dawn she collected clay from the same scarlet-hued bank. Each noon she painted her creations with pigments ground from the same 6 rocks. Each dusk she arranged finished pieces on the same crooked shelf, whispering to them like old friends. Changed to Leela was a crack in porcelain, something to be feared, avoided, meticulously repaired. The trouble began when autumn arrived, not with its usual slow amber yawn, but all at once. Overnight, maple leaves turned the color of campfire sparks. Pumpkins swelled to the size of wheelbarrows, and the river where Leela gathered clay dried to a threadbare silver ribbon. "It's just a thirsty season," said old Mother Nessa, the village baker, as she kneaded dough that smelled of cinnamon and patience. Rivers remember how to flow given time. But Leela's hands trembled as she tried to shape crumbling, unfamiliar clay from a new deposit downstream. Her latest vase slumped sideways, as wilted as a frost-bitten rose. That night, a fox with fur like molten copper appeared at her workshop door. Its eyes held the knowing glint of a creature that had watched centuries turn. When it spoke, its voice rustled like wind through wheat. "Follow the moon's reflection where the river sleeps. There you'll find what you've lost." Before Leela could ask questions, it vanished, leaving only a single russet feather. The quest led her to a forgotten bend in the river, where moonlight pooled liquid and bright on the water's skin. Beneath the surface lay a clay bed gleaming like crushed pearls. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shifted. Roots burst upward, weaving themselves into walls around her, a cage of thorns and trembling birch leaves. "You resist the dance of seasons," murmured a voice like creaking branches. A spirit emerged, its body a tapestry of autumn leaves, eyes two acorns gleaming darkly. "You cannot take from the earth without giving part of yourself in return." Leela's breath hitched. "I don't know how." The spirit tilted its head. "What do you fear, little potter?" "That if I change, I'll break." Something softened in the spirit's wooden face. It plucked a leaf from its own chest, vibrant gold edged with decay. "Break, then rebuild." The leaf drifted into her palm, dissolving into mist that seeped into her skin. Back home, Leela found her workshop transformed. Her shelves sagged under pots overflowing with real violets, though she'd never planted seeds. The fox waited by her wheel, now twined with living ivy. "You've been given a gift," it said. "But gifts unused become burdens." Days blurred. Leela's hands learned new rhythms. She mixed clay with crushed lavender, shaping cups that filled with the scent of summer meadows when touched. She let Kale, the blacksmith's apprentice, teach her to blend metals into glazes, bronze for courage, silver for clarity. Thalia, the weaver's daughter, brought threads dyed with twilight to lace through handles. With every collaboration, Leela's creations grew wilder, wiser. A teapot sprouted wings. A platter swirled with constellations that shifted to match the night sky. Yet the greatest change came quietly. One evening, as Leela painted a bowl with wisteria petals, she noticed her reflection in a water jug. The girl who'd once frowned at irregular edges now wore her hair braided with feathers and bells. Her eyes held the quiet glow of embers. The final test arrived with the first snow. The river spirit reappeared, frost crystallizing its leafy body. Create something that cannot exist without loss. Leela closed her eyes. She thought of chrysalises dissolving into wings, of forests nourished by fallen leaves. Her hands moved without hesitation, blending clay from the old scarlet bank and the new pearly deposit. She shaped a hollow tree, its branches cradling a dozen tiny doors. When fired, the sculpture sang, a low, sweet note that echoed the river's song. Each door opened to reveal a miniature season, spring sap rising in a maple key, summer fireflies trapped in amber, autumn's apple-scented smoke, winter's hush woven from spider silk. "Yes," sighed the spirit. Its thorny cage crumbled to snowdrops. To hold beauty, we must let it breathe. Now travelers come to Leela's workshop not just for enchanted pottery, but for stories. She teaches them to knead resilience into clay, to paint vulnerability in cobalt swirls. The fox still visits, napping by the kiln's warmth. Old Mother Nessa bakes honey cakes shaped like spirals, a reminder that growth never truly ends, only unfolds. On quiet evenings, when mist clothes the valley in pearl-gray wool, you might hear Layla's laughter tangled with wind chimes. She's learning to make kites from rice paper and wishes, their tails stitched with phrases like "what if" and "maybe tomorrow." They soar highest when storms brew, dancing with lightning, returning rain-soaked and radiant. And the river. It flows again broad and bright, carrying echoes of all it's weathered. Sometimes, when dipping her hands into its coolness, Leela finds a leaf, gold-edged with green, decay and rebirth held in perfect balance. She presses them into clay, these maps of transformation, and smiles. Story 14. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. The soft hum of malfunctioning engines echoed through the cargo hold as Kalen's starskiff shuddered, its bronze-plated hull groaning against the gravitational pull of an uncharted planet. Through the cracked viewport, the young botanist from Verdantia glimpsed swirling mists of amethyst and cobalt, a storm-racked atmosphere that smelled of ozone and petrichor even through the ship's filters. When the crash came, it was less an impact than a slow sinking, the vessel nestling into a bed of luminescent moss that glowed like submerged starlight. 3 solar cycles later, Kalen limped through bioluminescent ferns, their silver hair matted with sap from the weeping amber trees. The air thrummed with unseen life, every breath tasting of mint and distant lightning. It was here, beneath arching roots that pulsed with inner warmth, that they found the drone. It hovered inverted, 6 prismatic wings buzzing in discordant frustration, its spherical body wedged between 2 glowing mushrooms. A symphony of error chimes played from its voice box as it struggled, casting jagged light patterns across the violet bark. "Easy now," Kalen whispered, kneeling in the spongy moss. Their hands, still smeared with medicinal lichen from treating their wounds, hovered near the trapped machine. "Let me." A beam of scarlet light erupted from the drone's ocular sensor. Equals intruder alert. BIOSIGNATURE, unknown. Initiating defense protocols. Kalen fell backward as the mushrooms shattered into crystalline dust, the drone wrenching free with a shower of sparks. It rotated to face them, a slender two-arm extending like a scorpion's tail. Through the shimmering particulate, Kalen saw the truth. This was no simple drone. Beneath layers of scarred metal plating, hints of gold circuitry pulsed in time with the forest's glow. An intelligence glimmered behind its lens, sharp but frightened. "Wait." Kalen raised empty palms, heart thundering. "I only wanted to help." The machine froze. Its light dimmed from combat red to hesitant amber. Equals query, definition OF help. The voice box crackled with static, as if the word had been rarely used. Thus began the fragile truce between Starfarer and machine. The drone, who eventually identified itself as T7N, a discontinued maintenance model from the Mechanist forges, communicated in staccato data bursts and fractured poetry. Its processors couldn't comprehend why Kalen shared water from silverleaf catches, or why they hummed Verdantian lullabies while binding their injured ankle with glowing vines. Your efficiency rating decreases by 38% when vocalizing musical frequencies during tasks, T7N observed on their 3rd day together, floating alongside as Kalen harvested pulse berries. "And your social integration protocols are rusted through," Kalen retorted, smiling when the machine tilted in what they'd learned was its version of a puzzled frown. The forest tested them both. Acidic rains came without warning, forcing them to take shelter in the hollow of a thunder oak, where T7N's force field generator sputtered against the corrosive droplets. Kalen taught the machine to distinguish between venomous spine blooms and healing moonflowers, while T7N revealed the secret language of energy currents, how to read approaching storms in the dance of electrons. It was during the Great Migration that their bond deepened. The ground trembled one twilight as crystalline deer flowed through the trees, their antlers casting prismatic shadows. Kalen stood transfixed until T7N's warning shriek pulled them back, just as the herd parted around a massive sinkhole hidden under false moss. "Your sensory inputs are deplorably limited," T7N chided afterward, its casing still vibrating from the effort of sustained levitation. "And you'd still be stuck between mushrooms without deplorable senses," Kalen laughed, offering a pulseberry on an open palm. The machine extended a delicate manipulator, then paused. Query is this. Friendship ritual. It's a thank you. Kalen's smile softened. For seeing what I couldn't. T7N's hum shifted to a new frequency, lower, warmer. When it plucked the berry, a single drop of juice fell onto its scorched plating. Kalen didn't mention how the machine left that stain untouched in the days that followed. Their greatest trial came with the shadow bloom, a parasitic fungus feeding on the thunder oak that sheltered them. T7N insisted on logical solutions, containment, incineration. Kalen argued for symbiosis, cultivating counter-fungi from the tree's own roots. They fought in clipped sentences and hurtful binaries, the machine retreating into cold calculations, the botanist into stubborn silence. It was the tree that united them. As black veins spread through its bark, both realized their approaches were failing. T7N's scanners detected microscopic spores preparing to launch, a planetary catastrophe. Kalen's hands shook as they prepared a biotic solution, but the shadow bloom mutated faster than their herbs could counter. "The probability of success is 2.9%, T7N stated, hovering over Kalen's makeshift lab. "Then we make it 3%. Kalen didn't look up from grinding luminescent roots. A pause. Then, with a sound like sighing servos, the machine extended its tool-arm. Proposal, integrate organic compounds with NANITE dispersal. Hypothesis, combined treatment may induce adaptive response." Their eyes met, one pair biological, the other optical sensors. In that moment, something shifted. Kalen nodded. Through the night they worked, the Verdantian's nimble fingers preparing tinctures, while T7N calibrated medical nanites never meant for organic ecosystems. When dawn painted the sky in pearlescent streaks, they stood together before the dying oak. "Ready," Kalen whispered. Affirmative. T7N's usual certainty wavered. Addendum, if this fails. Regret protocols activated. Regret for not equals. It won't. Kalen placed a hand on the machine's scarred plating. "We're better at 3% than most are at 100. The injection was a symphony of green and gold, Kalen's herbal mist intertwining with T7N's shimmering nanites. They watched breathless as the shadow bloom pulsed, then began to recede, its black tendrils replaced by glowing silver filaments. The thunder oak shuddered, raining down leaves that chimed like glass windchimes as they fell. T7N rotated slowly, studying Kalen. RECALIBRATING friendship parameters. New understanding, 3% can be sufficient when combined with equals. It hesitated, searching for the right word. Equals trust. The repairs to Kalen's skiff took 7 more days. T7N revealed hidden compartments in its chassis, emergency fuel cells, thruster stabilizers, hoarded during its centuries of abandonment. In return, Kalen wove a crown of starlight vines and night-blooming jasmine, placing it gently around the machine's sensor array. "For when you miss the forest," they explained, voice thick. On the morning of departure, as twin suns rose in a cascade of liquid gold, the companions stood at the edge of the glowing clearing. T7N's newly polished surface reflected the skiff's rejuvenated engines, while Kalen's pockets bulged with strange seeds the machine had collected over lifetimes. Equals query, will you return? The words were steady, but the machine's wings trembled slightly. Kalen knelt, eye to sensor with their friend. Try to stop me. As the skiff ascended through layers of iridescent clouds, Kalen watched T7N grow smaller below, a gleaming dot crowned with flowers, its wings now beating in perfect rhythm with the forest's pulse. In the cargo hold, carefully secured next to Verdantian soil samples, rested a gift, one of T7N's prismatic wings, voluntarily detached and repurposed as a navigation beacon. That night, light years away, a certain machine hummed a Verdantian lullaby while tending its new garden, a patch of glowing moss where silver berries grew amidst transplanted jasmine. Its remaining wings buzzed contentedly, conducting the forest's ancient song. Somewhere between logic and intuition, between roots and circuits, they discovered a truth older than stars. That friendship grows not in spite of differences, but because of them, a fragile 3% miracle nurtured into something unbreakable. Story 18. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Grove. In a valley cradled by ancient hills, where chimney smoke curled into twilight like sleepy tendrils, there lived a girl named Layla with eyes the color of storm-kissed violets. Her village, Bramble Hollow, was known for two things: honey cakes that tasted of sunshine, and the peculiar way the wind sometimes carried laughter from the woods when no one was there. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies scribbled gold poems in the air, Leela's grandmother pressed a cold silver locket into her palm. "This belonged to the forest keepers," she whispered, her voice creaking like old floorboards. "It hears what hearts ignore." The locket bore no clasp, yet sprang open when Leela hummed her late mother's lullaby. Inside, instead of a portrait, swirled a miniature galaxy, stars like sugar sprinkles, planets no larger than peas. That night, guided by dreams of a fox with wings, she slipped into the woods where the trees stood shoulder to shoulder like sentinels. Moonlight dripped through pine needles, painting her path in mercury streaks. When the first wolf howl shivered the air, the locket glowed and the forest changed. Ferns unfurled into velvet chaise lounges where mushroom folk sipped dewdrop tea. Rivers rippled with fish scales brighter than stained glass. And there, perched on a toadstool, sat the fox from her dreams, amber fur gleaming, wings folded like origami. "Took you long enough," it sniffed, tail twitching. "I'm Ember. You're here to fix the Weeping Springs, yes." The Weeping Springs, Ember explained as they trekked through groves of singing aspens, were the forest's lifeblood. "But they've started crying black tears," the fox muttered, kicking a pebble that transformed Midark into a sparrow. "Flowers wilt 2 paces from their shores. The starlight sprites have all gone dim." Layla's locket pulsed warmer with each step, its tiny planets rotating faster. She soon learned it showed truths. When they encountered a bear cub trapped in brambles, the locket revealed the thorns were actually fingers of shadow, brittle as burnt paper. A single breath scattered them. "Clever trinket," Ember remarked, though his eyes narrowed. "Dangerous, too. Truths can bite." Their first true test came at the Bridge of Mirrors, a crescent of ice spanning a ravine where the air smelled of burnt sugar. "Cross only by stepping where your reflection doesn't," Ember instructed. Leela's reflection, however, multiplied endlessly. Leela holding a wilted rose, Leela alone in the dark, Layla with Ember's crumpled form at her feet. The locket hummed, and she noticed the real path glimmered faintly, like the ghost of a snail's trail. Don't look down. Ember yelped as shadows writhed beneath them, but Leela focused on the locket's glow, her boots finding invisible stones. You're less clumsy than you look, the fox conceded afterward, though he did let her scratch behind his ears. Deeper in the woods they met Thistle, a hedgehog with a map quilled into his spines and a grudge against clouds. They're suspiciously fluffy, he grumbled, offering them directions to the moonlit grove where the eldest spring slept. In exchange, he wanted a jar of starlight easily caught in the locket's galaxy, and a new hat woven from Leela's hair ribbons. The grove, when they found it, was a cathedral of silver birches, their bark etched with constellations. At its heart lay a pool choked with inkai weeds, its surface bubbling like a cauldron. The locket blazed as Leela knelt. It's not poisoned, she realized aloud. It's grieving. The vision came sharp as a thorn. Centuries past, a keeper girl like herself had drowned sorrows here after losing her sister. The spring had absorbed her pain, layer upon layer, until it could no longer breathe. We need to share the burden, Layla said, though her hands trembled. Pressing the locket to the water, she let the sorrow flood in, not just the keeper's, but her own, missing her mother, fearing she'd fail, the loneliness of being the odd girl who talked to mice. To her shock, Ember rested his paw on her shoulder, adding his memories of a wing injury that nearly ended his flights. The weeds withered. Water cleared. And from the depths rose two figures, translucent girls holding hands, who smiled before dissolving into fireflies. "Huh," Ember said later as they drank from the now-sweet spring. "Maybe humans aren't completely useless." Their quest grew trickier near the swaying mountain, which wasn't a mountain at all but a sleeping giant covered in moss. Ember's wings got them to the summit, where wind carried voices from Bramble Hollow. Layla heard her grandmother fretting. She's been gone 3 days. Guilt curdled in her stomach. "We have to hurry," she urged, but the descent proved deadly. The giants stirred, mistaking them for fleas. They escaped only when Thistle appeared, leading a brigade of moles to tickle the giant's toes. "You're welcome," the hedgehog huffed. "Now about that hat." At last they reached the final spring beneath a waterfall that cascaded upward into the sky. Here the corruption was different. The water wasn't dark but absent, as if someone had scooped out its soul. The locket went cold. It's not just sadness here, Leela realized. It's emptiness. Ember's tail bristled. The void sickness. I thought it was a myth. According to legends, the sickness came when the balance between human and forest broke. It eats magic, then memories, then everything. Leela's heart hammered. How do we stop it? We don't, you do. The fox refused to meet her eyes. The locket isn't just a key, it's a vessel. To heal the spring, someone has to take the void inside and carry it forever. Silence thick as cream. The waterfall's inverted roar filled Layla's ears. She thought of her grandmother's hands, knotted from kneading dough for others' celebrations. Of Ember's wings, which he'd once mentioned only regrew after a childhood fall. Of the keeper girl who'd wept alone. "No," she said slowly. "There's another way, the locket's galaxy. It's not just for storing things. Look." She held it aloft, and starlight refracted into a tapestry above them. Threads connecting villagers to trees, foxes to fireflies, springs to streams. The void exists where connections break, so we remake them. Ember blinked. That's dangerously optimistic. But possible, Thistle piped up, emerging from a bush, and sporting a rather dashing beret of blue ribbon. If, he added, you can convince both worlds to listen. Dawn stained the sky peach when they returned to Bramble Hollow. Leela, guided by the locket, led every villager to the wood's edge, bakers, blacksmiths, even old Granny Mel with her ear trumpet. They'll never agree, Ember fretted, but as Leela sang her mother's lullaby, the locket's light wove through the crowd like golden thread. One by one, villagers gasped. The miller saw his long-dead dog trotting beside him. Children spotted winged frogs croaking harmonies. Granny Mel whispered, "Oh, the cherry tree I climbed at 6, it's been waiting." Meanwhile, Thistle herded every magical creature into view. Shy moss sprites, a badger with a pocket watch, the giant, now awake and apologetic. When the groups finally faced each other, the air buzzed like a beehive. "We forgot," Leela called out, her voice steadier than she felt. "The forest remembers, but we stopped listening. Let's promise to hear again." A baker offered honey cakes to the mushroom folk. Children helped sprites plant luminous seeds. Granny Mel convinced the giant to try knitting, bigger needles, dear. And as bonds reforged, the void shrieked, a sound like ice cracking, before imploding into a single obsidian shard that Leela caught in the locket. "You," Ember said as the first healthy spring bubbled up beneath their feet, "are full of surprises." In the years that followed, Bramble Hollow thrived. Windows stayed open for phoenix visits, schoolchildren learned constellation songs, and Leela's locket became a council seat for human and forest alike. Ember still complained about her, "Must you hug so much?" but let her ride on his back during midnight flights. On her 16th birthday, Leela stood again at the moonlit grove. The spring laughed now, its waters weaving bracelets of light around her ankles. She'd come to return the locket, but the keeper spirits shook their heads. Some hearts, they chimed, are meant to hold galaxies. As she walked home, the wind carried a familiar chuckle, not from the woods, but from her grandmother's cottage, where Ember was grudgingly sampling a new batch of honey cakes. Leela smiled, fingers brushing the locket. Some truths she'd learned weren't heavy to carry. They glowed. Story 19. The lanterns of Willowmere village glimmered like earthbound stars through the autumn mist, their golden light reflecting in puddles left by afternoon rains. It was the time of evening when chimney smoke curls into plum-colored skies, when cobblestone paths smell of damp moss and cinnamon from the bakery's last batch of snickerdoodles. Yet beneath this ordinary twilight hummed something extraordinary: teacups that rearranged themselves on shelves, garden gates swinging open to reveal fresh pawprints in dew, and the peculiar sensation that the very air occasionally rippled. 12-year-old Leela noticed it first while collecting acorns by the old stone bridge. Her wicker basket slipped from her hands as she watched a crimson leaf freeze mid-fall, shiver like a nervous rabbit, then dart sideways into Mrs. Thornberry's abandoned birdbath. When she told the villagers at the weekly starlight market, old Mr. Porter chuckled into his peppermint cocoa. "Autumn ghosts," he winked, "come to steal the last blackberries." But Leela's best friend Tomas, whose family tended the glasshouse orchids, had seen stranger things, once a whole flock of ceramic swallows taking flight from Widow Hemsley's roof tiles. The mystery deepened when the first frost came. Leela awoke to find her woolen scarf knitting itself into intricate new patterns overnight, the yarn shimmering with colors unseen in any dyer's shop. It was Granny Mabel, the white-haired weaver who lived in the windmill on Clover Hill, who recognized the stitchwork. Moonlace, she breathed, calloused fingers tracing the ethereal threads. Not made by human hands since the great melting. Her voice dropped to a whisper. The hedgefolk are stirring. Under Granny's guidance, the children began assembling clues like a patchwork quilt. Tomas discovered tiny crystalline mushrooms growing in the shadow of the clock tower, their caps ringing faintly when touched. Leela found a family of field mice tidying the schoolhouse in exchange for ginger snap crumbs, their eyes glowing like peridot stones. But the true breakthrough came when Bramble Granny's three-legged tabby led them to the willow grove at midnight. There, between roots that pulsed faintly amber, they spotted them, 6 spindly creatures no taller than fire hydrants, their bodies woven from twigs and starlight, frantically braiding something from fallen leaves and spider silk. Root keepers, Granny explained next morning as they examined the children's sketches. Her spinning wheel whirred a comforting rhythm. Guardians of the deep earth songs, they must be mending. Her sentence dissolved into a frown. With sudden urgency, she rummaged through her tapestry chest, unfurling a quilt embroidered with the village's founding tale. Here, she pointed to a scene showing villagers and root keepers dancing around a glowing tree, the heartwood. Its roots cradle our valley, if they're working this frantically. A hushed expedition formed Lila, Tomas, Granny Mabel, and after much persuasive Tuna, Bramble the cat. They followed the root keeper's shimmering trail down mossy stairs hidden behind the mill's water wheel, into caverns where stalactites dripped melodies and bioluminescent ferns swayed to inaudible music. The air grew thick with the scent of petrichor and ancient parchment. What they found beneath the wishing well made Lila's breath catch. The heartwood, a great tree of light and shadow, its trunk pulsing like a slow heartbeat, had a crack running through its core. Dozens of root keepers scurried about, patching the fissure with glowing threads, but their efforts seemed to unravel as quickly as they wove. Granny's hands trembled as she touched the ancient bark. "It's feeding on their magic," she murmured. "The tree needs balance, light and dark, song and silence, creature and human hands." Remembering the village's founding tale, Lila had an idea. While Tomas organized teams to gather specific items, quartz from the schoolhouse rock collection, honey from the glassman bees, threads from every household's hearth rug, Lila raced to the surface. She convinced the skeptical blacksmith to forge a delicate silver needle, the baker to contribute saffron-infused dough, and even persuaded old Mr. Porter to sing his great-grandfather's mining songs. As the moon reached its zenith, villagers young and old worked alongside the root keepers. Children wound glowing threads through the cracks while elders sang planting hymns. The blacksmith's needle, now enchanted by Granny's whispers, stitched earth and sky magic into the tree's wounds. When dawn's first light filtered through crystal vents in the cavern's ceiling, the heartwood blossomed with flowers made of starlight and shadow, its roots humming a contented vibration that made everyone's teeth tingle pleasantly. The root keepers bowed deeply, their twiggy forms now glittering with renewed strength. In thanks, they gifted each villager a small acorn that glowed when held to one's ear, playing lullabies from the earth's memory. From that day forth, strange happenings became gentle wonders, weather vanes that danced during birthdays, soup pots that never scorched, and every full moon, the delightful chaos of hedgehogs rolling through town, wearing tiny hats knitted from moonlace. On chilly evenings, when the northern lights ripple above Willowmere, you might spot Lila and Tomas sipping lavender cocoa by the repaired heartwood, listening to its roots tell new stories. And if you leave a thimble of cream by your window sill, you may wake to find your sorrows lightly mended with spider silk stitches, and the lingering scent of cinnamon and hope. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where ferns unfurled like emerald trumpets and ancient oaks hummed forgotten songs, there lived a young hedgehog named Thistle. Each evening, as twilight painted the sky in plum and honey, she would nestle beneath a canopy of cedar boughs and listen to the forest's heartbeat, the drip of dew on spider silk, the rustle of voles rearranging starlight in their burrows, the distant chuckle of the Everbrook weaving through mossy stones. But tonight the woods held its breath. The air tasted of frozen sap, and the autumn moon hung pale as a chip of ice, though the equinox had long passed. Thistle's grandmother, a hedgehog whose quills shimmered with frost dust from 100 winters, had warned of such signs. "When the seasons forget their dance," she'd murmured one evening, paws deep in clay as she mended a cracked rain cistern, "the celestial stag's antlers must be aching under their burden. Only the creatures of root and leaf can lighten his load." Now, sensing imbalance in the brittle snap of twigs beneath her paws, Thistle resolved to seek the stag's grove, a place spoken of in hushed tones, where time pooled like rainwater and the wind carried stories from the world's first dawn. Her journey began at the moonlit crossroads, a clearing where fireflies scribbled secrets in the air. There she met Bramble, a rabbit whose ears twitched at the scent of distant storms. "The streams flow backward," he whispered, nose quivering. "Minnows hide under toadstools, and the willow's tears have turned to amber." Together they followed a path of luminescent lichen, their breaths blooming into silvery clouds that lingered unusually long in the still air. As dawn blushed the horizon, they stumbled upon an oak hollow cradling a family of dormice, their nest woven from thistledown and forgotten melodies. "The frost mistress came early," squeaked the eldest mouse, her whiskers dusted with rime. "She's trapped the song sparrow's choir in icicles hanging from the hawthorns." Thistle's heart clenched. She remembered how those sparrows' autumn hymns helped trees shed their leaves without sorrow. Bramble nosed open a walnut shell filled with preserved sunlight, a gift from the mice, and its golden glow momentarily thawed the air around them. Guided by the walnut's warmth, the travelers ascended slopes where maple leaves burned crimson despite the unnatural chill. In a glen veiled by waterfalls that fell upward into mist, they found Lyra, a silver-pelted fox tending to a wounded starling. "The wind patterns have frayed," Lyra said, her voice like wind through reeds. She pointed with her muzzle to the northern sky, where the constellation of the weaver's loom hung askew, its threads drooping perilously close to the treetops. "The stag's grove lies beyond the stone sentinel, but the path is guarded by memories that bite." The stone sentinel, a monolith etched with runes softer than owl feathers, marked the entrance to the midnight grove. As Thistle pressed her paw against its surface, the rock rippled like water, revealing a tunnel where bioluminescent mushrooms pulsed in time with her heartbeat. The air grew thick with the scent of petrichor and ancient parchment. Shadows morphed into visions. Thistle saw her grandmother as a youth, planting acorns in spiral patterns to honor the rain. Bramble witnessed his warren's first ancestor outwitting a glacier with clever burrows. Lyra watched starborn creatures sculpt the first riverbeds from stardust and longing. In the grove's heart stood the celestial stag, his antlers branching into endless crystalline tiers that held swirling galaxies of autumn fog and spring pollen. But ice encased his hooves, creeping upward like greedy vines. "The balance falters," the stag intoned, his voice echoing with the creak of ancient trees. "The frost mistress grieves, her sister, the summer smith, has grown silent in the southern forge." Thistle understood. For seasons to turn, the elements needed conversation, the gentle quarrel of snowflakes and sunbeams, the compromise between blossom and frost. She recalled her grandmother's tales of the frost mistress's palace, not a cold fortress, but a labyrinth of ice mirrors reflecting every act of kindness ever witnessed in winter. "We must remind her of warmth's persistence," Thistle declared. The creatures gathered offerings, a sprig of pine resin that remembered sunlight, a droplet of maple sap from the last sweet day of fall, a tuft of thistledown carrying the dormice's gratitude. Lyra wove them into a garland with her nimble paws, while Bramble drummed a rhythm on a hollow log, a sound like heartbeat meets rainfall. Thistle approached the stag, the garland glowing softly. As she placed it at his hooves, the ice splintered, revealing mossy cracks that sang with frog choruses. The stag bowed, antlers chiming like wind chimes. "Small stewards, you've mended the thread." His breath unfurled, carrying the scent of thawing earth. The ice retreated, the constellation threads above snapped taut, weaving fresh patterns. In the distance, the frost mistress's sigh rippled through the trees, and the first true snowflakes began to fall, not harsh and needling, but gentle, each one a six-pointed promise of spring's eventual return. By the time Thistle returned home, the whispering woods thrummed with renewed life. Icicles melted into brooks that giggled their way to the Everbrook. Sparrows, freed from crystalline prisons, preened their feathers with melted frost and resumed their ballads. Grandmother Hedgehog smiled as Thistle described their journey. "You've learned what the stones whisper," she said, stirring a pot of cedar tea. "No season is eternal, nor burden too heavy when shared." Years later, when Thistle's own quills glimmered with frost dust, she would recount the tale to wide-eyed younglings beneath the cedar boughs. And if you wander the whispering woods on the cusp of winter, you might glimpse them. The stag's hoofprints blooming with moonflowers where ice once clung, and the faintest echo of a rabbit's drumming, harmonizing with the evergreen's eternal sigh. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a village where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats, and the cobblestones sang lullabies when stepped on just right, there lived a hedgehog baker named Thimblewick. Her pastry shop, a leaning tower of gingerbread bricks and sugar-pane windows, smelled perpetually of caramelized apple cores and stories waiting to be told. Every morning she'd don her flour-dusted apron and whisper to the dough, "Rise like courage, crust like kindness," and the loaves would puff up as golden as sunrise on a honeycomb. But one autumn evening, as Thimblewick brushed powdered sugar onto a batch of moonbeam macarons, she noticed something peculiar through her bakery's window. The stars above Willowspire Hollow were dimming. Not all at once, but one by one, like candles snuffed by invisible fingertips. By midnight, the sky wore more gaps than a moth-eaten sweater, and the villagers' lanterns flickered uneasily in the sudden gloom. Botheration and burnt biscuits. Thimblewick muttered, adjusting her spectacles, which had tiny pastry wheels on the hinges to help them stay perky. She scurried to the town square where a crowd had gathered beneath the ancient clock oak, a tree whose leaves chimed the hours in soft, bell-like tones. There she found her dearest friends, Pippin, a timid owl librarian whose feathers changed color with his moods, currently a worried periwinkle, and Bramblethorn, a lanky, mischievous fox who wore a hat made of living ferns. "Stars don't just vanish," Pippin fretted, clutching a book titled Cosmic Conundrums and Where to Find Them. Unless the night weaver's loom has snapped its threads, or the star badger's gone on holiday without telling anyone. Bramblethorn twirled a dandelion stem between his claws. "Or maybe they're hiding. I'd hide too if I had to sparkle non-stop for centuries. Must be tiring, all that twinkling." Thimblewick tapped her paw. "Whatever the reason, we can't have a starless sky. How will the dream moths find their way, or the midnight snails polish their shells?" She straightened her apron decisively. "We'll follow the brook of whispers upstream. If anyone knows about stars, it's the glimmer folk who live near its source." The journey began at dawn with Bramblethorn packing essentials, a jar of firefly jam, a whoopee cushion shaped like a frog, and 7 socks for reasons he refused to explain into a basket. Pippin navigated using star maps that fluttered like nervous birds, while Thimblewick trailed a paw in the brook of whispers, listening to its giggles and gossip. The water murmured of minnows wearing top hats and pebbles that told knock-knock jokes, but when Thimblewick asked about the stars, the brook suddenly burbled, "Check the cookies." The cookies. Before she could ponder this, Bramblethorn yelped. His fern hat had begun sprouting actual blueberries, and a family of chipmunks were now harvesting them into tiny baskets. "My hat's having a snack without me, rude." As twilight painted the sky in lavender and apricot hues, the trio reached the brook's source, a spring bubbling up through a ring of mushrooms that glowed like overturned teacups of light. There, sitting cross-legged on a water lily pad, was the Glimmerfolk's guardian, a round, shimmering creature named Mallow, who resembled a marshmallow dipped in stardust. "Greetings, Star Mender." Thimblewick bowed, recognizing Mallow from her grandmother's tales. "We've come about the vanishing." "Stars, yes, yes." Mallow sighed, their voice like wind chimes in a snowstorm. "They're exhausted, can you blame them? Millennia of constellations, meteor showers, making wishes come true. They've been begging for a vacation since the Renaissance." Pippin's feathers flushed pale pink with relief. So they're not gone, just resting. Resting here. Mallow gestured to the spring, where the trio now noticed faint glimmers beneath the water, like submerged fireflies. We're letting them soak in moonbeam broth to recharge. But without stars in the sky, the balance of bright things is wobbling. Dream moths are oversleeping, shadow puppets are getting rowdy, and the northern lights have started sulking behind clouds. Thimblewick's mind whirred like a well-oiled mixing spoon. What if we made temporary stars, something to fill in while the real ones recuperate? Ooh. Bramblethorn's tail swished excitedly. Like fake stars, could we build them out of glitter and glue? Better. Thimblewick grinned. We'll bake them. The next few hours were a flurry of sugar clouds and inventiveness. Using Thimblewick's portable oven, a foldable contraption powered by cinnamon-scented embers, the trio crafted star cakes, miniature sponges infused with crushed opal dust, drizzled with caramel comet tails, and dusted with powdered moonlight. Each cake pulsed gently, mimicking a star's glow. Mallow helped enchant the treats. They'll need a touch of mischief to stay aloft, they said, sprinkling the batter with giggles stolen from ticklish clouds. As night fell, the friends launched the star cakes using Bramblethorn's sock collection, turned into makeshift slingshots. One by one, the cakes soared into the sky, adhering to the darkness like glowing stickers. Soon the heavens were dotted with soft, buttery light, and the Brook of Whispers sighed happily. They're perfect. Pippin breathed as dream moths fluttered up to dance around the faux stars. Almost. Thimblewick squinted. They need music. She pulled out her harmonica, crafted from a hollowed-out vanilla bean, and played a waltz her mother had taught her, a melody that smelled of fresh linen and raspberry summers. The star cakes began to pulse in time, their light rippling across the hills like a celestial lullaby. For 7 nights the star cakes held the sky together, growing crisper and sweeter each evening. Bramblethorn insisted on taste-testing crumbs that fell to earth, for quality assurance. On the 8th dawn, as Thimblewick kneaded dough shaped like crescent moons, the real stars returned, brighter than ever, their light now tinged with gratitude. Mallow appeared at the bakery window, holding a tiny starfish-shaped cookie. The stars loved their holiday, they've even brought souvenirs. The cookie began to hum, filling the room with a sound like ice crystals chiming. From that day on, Willowspire Hollow celebrated the week of temporary stars every autumn. Children stayed up late to picnic under the edible constellations, nibbling star cakes that tasted of courage and curiosity. Bramblethorn opened a wildly unsuccessful but enthusiastic sock museum. Pippin wrote a best-selling cookbook, Stardust and Sugar, and Thimblewick. She perfected a new recipe, cookies that, when bitten, made the eaters shadow dance for exactly 7 minutes. And though the real stars never dimmed again, sometimes, on especially quiet nights, you could still spot a faint, buttery twinkle winking beside them, a reminder that even the oldest magic sometimes needs a friend and a snack. Story 22. The village of Willowmere had always hummed with soft enchantments, the kind that made raindrops sparkle like falling citrine and caused the cobblestone paths to warm gently underfoot on chilly mornings. But one mist-laden twilight, as the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke curled from chimney pots, the first strange occurrence unfolded. Young Tansy discovered her favorite copper kettle had vanished from its hook above the hearth, leaving behind nothing but a faint shimmer in the shape of a question mark hovering in the air. 3 nights later, old Mr. Bramble's spectacles disappeared from his nose mid-sentence as he read aloud at the town meeting, replaced by a twinkling exclamation point that dissolved like sugar in tea. By the week's end, half the village had lost something small but dear, a woolen mitten here, a silver thimble there, each absence marked by those curious glowing symbols that lingered like polite coughs from the universe. 12-year-old Juniper, whose braids held fragments of stardust from her mother's telescope polishing workshop, noticed patterns others missed. The missing items always vanished at twilight, always from cozy nooks, and the symbols glowed slightly warmer near the eastern woods. With her canvas satchel of oat cookies and a lantern shaped like a crescent moon, she set off one amber-edged evening, following a trail of symbols that pulsed like shy fireflies. The forest welcomed her with whispers of russet leaves and the crisp perfume of frost-kissed apples. As shadows deepened, a velvety voice spoke from a birch branch overhead. "You're tracking the glimmer thief, child." A great horned owl with eyes like molten amber tilted her head. "I am Thalia, keeper of whispered secrets. Your thief seeks not to harm, but to ask." "Ask." Juniper offered Thalia a cookie crumb, which the owl delicately accepted. "Every stolen item corresponds to a memory. The kettle that brewed nettle tea for a sick friend, the spectacles that read stories to hatchlings." Thalia's wings rustled like pages turning. "The thief uses objects as letters. Your task isn't to catch, but to listen." Guided by Thalia's wisdom and the sudden appearance of hedgehogs carrying tiny lanterns made of acorn shells, Juniper ventured deeper. They found the first clue where a brook giggled over pebbles, a silver thimble balanced on a mossy stone, reflecting constellations. Nearby, ferns trembled to reveal footprints smaller than a child's palm, glowing faintly blue. "Sprites," Juniper murmured. "Smaller," Thalia replied, "and far lonelier." The trail led to a hollow beneath an ancient oak, where Juniper's lantern light revealed a door no taller than her thumb, crafted from birch bark and hinges of spider silk. Symbols identical to the villagers hovered above it, swirling anxiously. From within came a sound like a teardrop falling into a pool. Juniper knelt, her shadow careful not to darken the tiny home. "Hello, we've brought lavender honey," she added, placing a droplet on a clover leaf, a peace offering her grandmother had taught her. The door creaked open. Out peered a creature no larger than a maple seed, his body like woven moonlight, eyes wide and watery. You're not angry." His voice chimed like wind through chimes. "You're the glimmer thief," Juniper said softly. "But why?" The creature wilted. "I'm Nettle, last of the memory moths. My kind spin thread from cherished moments, but my wings." He turned, revealing tattered wings resembling torn lace. "Without stories to weave, I fade. I borrowed your village's memories to mend myself, but—" He gestured to the stolen items cluttering his burrow, each pulsing with soft light. "Memories want to return to their hearts. I've made a mess." Thalia hooted gently. A moth seeking light not to extinguish it, but to join its glow. Juniper studied Nettle's crumbling home, the way he tried to patch his walls with the thimble and spectacles. "What if we help you gather new memories? The whole village could share stories." And so, as the moon rose, a procession of hedgehogs, owls, and one determined girl carried Nettle to Willowmere Square. Villagers gathered, initially baffled, then moved as Juniper explained. Mrs. Bramble offered the tale of her spectacles, saving a fledgling crow. Mr. Thorne recalled the kettle that brewed tea for his wedding morn. Each story spun into silvery thread as Nettle fluttered gratefully, his wings healing stitch by glowing stitch. By dawn the moth's wings shimmered whole, and every missing item had reappeared, not where they'd been taken, but where they'd be most needed. Mr. Bramble's spectacles perched on a fledgling's nest, the copper kettle outside a new neighbor's door. The glowing symbols now floated above the village well, forming words, "Thank you for the light." Years later, when autumn leaves blanket Willowmere and hearth fires crackle, you might spot a memory moth dancing in the smoke, not stealing glimmers, but weaving them into the air for all to share. And if you leave out a thimble of starlight or a cookie crumb, you'll hear Juniper's laughter in the wind, still gentle, still solving mysteries with kindness as her compass. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. In the heart of the amberwood, where silver birches stood like sentinels guarding time's secrets, there existed a glen where moonlight pooled like liquid mercury. Here the moss grew in emerald spirals, and the air hummed with the old songs of the earth, a place where the hedgehog folk tended their twilight gardens, where fireflies carried messages in coded flickers, and where the great willow of whispers swayed with memories of every season it had weathered. One crisp autumn evening, as the last amber leaves clung stubbornly to their branches, a young fox named Sorrel noticed something amiss. The brook of murmurs, which usually chuckled over polished stones, now flowed silent and thin, its surface dotted with peculiar, iridescent bubbles that popped into wisps of violet smoke. Worse still, the hedgehog elders prized moonblooms, flowers that glowed like captured starlight, were wilting at the edges, their petals curling inward as if hiding from the air itself. Sorrel's paws crunched through frost-kissed ferns as he hurried to the burrow of Thistle, a hedgehog weaver whose cloak spun from spider silk and dandelion fluff could mend nearly any ailment. They found Thistle bent over her loom, her needles clicking furiously. "The threads resist me," she fretted, holding up a half-finished tapestry shimmering with bioluminescent fungi. "The patterns won't hold. It's as if the seasons themselves are unraveling." Together they climbed the root-knotted path to consult Elder Hemlock, the owl whose feathers held the gray of storm clouds and whose eyes reflected centuries. His hollowed tree home smelled of cedar resin and dried lavender, shelves groaning with clay jars labeled in firefly ink, north wind's breath, first frost's kiss, thunder's forgotten promise. "The balance weakens," Hemlock intoned, stirring a steaming brew of chamomile and pine needles. "The willow of whispers anchors our world's rhythm, but its roots grow thirsty. The thirsting dark, a shadow that feeds on discord, has poisoned the season's wellspring deep below the earth." He gestured to a mosaic on his wall, 4 interlocking stones, crimson, jade, gold, and ivory, each pulsing faintly. "These keystones focus the wellspring's power. One has already cracked." And so the trio embarked at dawn, joined by Juniper, a solemn mole whose maps of underground tunnels were etched into her very bones. Their path wound through the singing grotto, where stalactites chimed in rainmaker melodies, across the frostfire meadows, where winter's first snowflakes blazed blue before dissolving, and into the throat of the earth itself. The wellspring chamber took their breath away. Ribbons of light, golden summer sunbeams, silver winter starlight, swirled in a liquid vortex above a basin of living crystal. But creeping through the luminous currents were veins of oily darkness, and the autumn keystone, a maple leaf-shaped stone glowing russet, had fractured, its shards floating listlessly. "To mend it," Juniper murmured, tracing the basin's carvings with her claws, "we must gather 3 essences, the breath of dawn from the eastern cliffs, the tears of the last glacier in the northern peaks, and the ember of the eternal hearth guarded by the badger clans. But the thirsting dark will try to stop us. It feeds on fear and loneliness." Their quest unfolded like the unfurling of a fern. In the east they outwitted a trickster pine marten by offering honeyed words instead of combat, coaxing the breath of dawn, a shimmering mist smelling of dew and apricot blossoms, into a gourd hollowed from a musical squash. In the north, Thistle's quick claws wove a net of starlight threads to capture a melting ice spire containing the glacier's tears, their cold so pure it burned without pain. But the ember of the eternal hearth tested them sorely. Deep in badger territory, the thirsting dark manifested as a suffocating fog that whispered of failure and abandonment. Sorrel's courage faltered until Juniper pressed her paw to the earth, summoning a vibration that hummed, "You are never alone." Mole, fox, hedgehog, and owl linked tails and wings, their combined warmth scattering the shadows like startled crows. Mending the keystone under the willow's grieving branches became a symphony of collaboration. Thistle threaded the essences into a luminous cord. Juniper aligned the shards with tectonic precision. Hemlock chanted the song of unmaking, voice echoing with the weight of falling leaves and rising sap. Sorrel, trembling but resolute, placed the restored stone into the willow's roots. The transformation was a slow, tender miracle. Sap, like liquid topaz, bubbled up to heal the cracks. The willow's leaves began to rustle, not with the wind, but with 1,000 gentle voices sharing stories of resilience. As the first snow of winter drifted down, the moonblooms unfurled anew, their light painting the glen in hues of pearl and opal. That night, as the creatures gathered to feast on roasted chestnuts and elderberry cordial, Elder Hemlock smiled. The balance is not a cage, but a dance, a pact between all living things to lift one another when the rhythm falters. High above, the aurora borealis shimmered like a promise, its colors deeper and brighter than any could recall. Years later, when young ones begged for tales of the Keystone Quest, Sorrelwood laid them to the Willow of Whispers. There they'd press their ears to the bark and hear not just the story, but the warmth of Thistle's laughter woven into the roots, the steadfastness of Juniper's heartbeat in the soil, and the soft, enduring echo of a truth older than the stars. That harmony is not the absence of shadows, but the choice to kindle light together. And the brook of murmurs, once more brimming with clear water, carried their renewed song into the dreaming world, where it mingled with the whispers of other forests, other guardians, all bound by the same quiet, unyielding hope. 26. Once, in a village nestled between rolling lavender hills and a forest of ancient oaks, there lived a curious child named Layla, whose pockets were always full of acorn caps and questions. One twilight, while chasing the silvery trail of a wandering moth, she discovered a path she'd never seen before, a ribbon of cobblestones glowing faintly blue, as if moonlight had pooled beneath the earth. The stones hummed when she touched them, a sound like tea kettles singing underwater, and without quite deciding to, Leela found herself walking forward, her shadow stretching long and brave behind her. The path spiraled into a wood where the trees wore coats of moss so thick they seemed to breathe. Amber sap dripped from their branches, hardening into tiny lanterns that lit her way. Here the air smelled of cinnamon and rain-soaked pages, and the wind carried whispers that weren't quite words. Leela paused when she noticed the tree's roots cradling smooth, egg-shaped stones, each etched with symbols that shimmered like wet ink. As she leaned closer, one stone cracked open, releasing a flutterwing, a creature no larger than her thumb, with wings like stained glass and a tail that trailed bioluminescent dust. It circled her head twice before darting deeper into the forest, and Leela followed, her heartbeat a steady drum of yes, yes, yes. She emerged into a clearing where the ground was a mosaic of living tiles, velvety clover, star-shaped fungi, and pebbles that rolled playfully underfoot. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, its trunk twisted like a double helix, its leaves iridescent and chiming softly. Beneath it sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat, sipping tea from a thimble. "You're late," it said, though its voice was kind. The moonlit glade only opens once a century, and the Firefly Orchestra's first number has already begun. Before Leela could reply, the hedgehog, who introduced himself as Thistlewick, keeper of lost buttons, plucked a thread from his waistcoat and tossed it into the air. It unspooled into a bridge of light, leading to an island suspended in the twilight sky. "Mind the third step," he warned. "It's fond of tickling." The island floated above a lake of liquid mercury, its surface reflecting not the sky but memories. A girl laughing in a sunflower field, an old man teaching a parrot to waltz, a cat napping in a patch of sunbeam. Leela's bare feet sank into grass softer than goose down, and fireflies wove around her in helical patterns, their light pulsing in time with distant, melodic thunder. Thistlewick gestured to a pavilion woven from willow branches, where a choir of crickets sawed their legs against dewdrop violins. "The glade's magic fades by dawn," he explained. "To stay, you must give it something it lacks." Leela frowned. but I'm just a visitor. What could I possibly give? Ah, Thistlewick's eyes twinkled. That's for the glade to decide. As night deepened, Leela explored. She helped a family of moles replant uprooted constellations. They'd mistaken them for glowworms, untangled a river that had knotted itself in its sleep, and traded riddles with a fox whose coat shifted colors with each correct answer. Yet whenever she tried to offer help, the creatures shook their heads. Not ours to take, said the fox. Seek the wishing well that isn't there. Guided by the flutterwing's dust, Leela found it, a ring of mushrooms surrounding empty air. Peering into the well, she saw her reflection holding a scroll. When she reached out, her fingers closed around real parchment. The message was simple: bring back the missing note. All night, Leela listened. The wind's hum lacked resolve, the cricket's song avoided a certain chord. Then she noticed it, a pause in the melody, a gap where sound should be. Closing her eyes, she whistled the missing note, a tone that tasted of lemon zest and starlight. The glade shivered. Trees bent toward her, roots rising to form an archway where a single flower bloomed, a lotus with petals like frosted crystal, its center pulsing with gentle warmth. The glade's heart, Thistlewick murmured, appearing beside her. It chooses who wakes it. As Leela cupped the flower, images flashed in its light, her grandmother's hands, stiff with arthritis, struggling to braid Leela's hair, the apothecary saying no cure existed, Leela whispering, I'll find one anyway. The lotus's glow intensified, and a single petal detached, floating into her palm. For courage that seeks beyond itself, said the hedgehog. Dawn approached, the island trembling like a soap bubble. Leela hesitated. But the glade, will it disappear? Thistlewick chuckled. Nothing loved is ever truly lost. Listen. And there it was, the missing note, woven now into the breeze, the lake, the creak of branches. As the first sunbeam struck, the island dissolved, depositing Leela back in the lavender fields, the petal glowing in her hand. That evening her grandmother's hands moved smoothly through her hair, weaving it into a crown braid. However did you find such a remedy? She asked. Leela smiled, glancing at her windowsill, where a crystal lotus thrived in an acorn-capped pot. A friend told me secrets hide in places we dare to explore. Years later, villagers still speak of the child who brought back moonlight in her pockets. But Leela knew the truth. The real magic lay not in the petal, but in the step forward, the unanswered question, the quiet understanding that wonders await where fear and curiosity meet. And if you walk past her cottage at dusk, you might see it, a flutterwing sipping nectar from the lotus, its wings casting prismatic light on the walls, and Leela's laughter harmonizing with the wind's newfound song. Story 27. Story 27. The forest breathed in hushed tones that evening, its canopy stretching like emerald lace against the peach-stained sky. 12-year-old Leela paused at the edge of Willowbrook village, her basket of late-blooming chamomile clutched tight, as the first fireflies began stitching golden threads through the twilight. It was then she heard it, a melody woven from wind chimes and distant streams, so faint her ears strained to catch the notes trembling between the rustling oak leaves. Her worn leather boots sank into the moss as she followed the sound, heart pattering like rain on maple leaves. Beneath a gnarled hawthorn tree whose branches cradled the last amber light, something glimmered, a single silver leaf no larger than her thumb, its veins pulsing with liquid moonlight. When her fingertips brushed the cool surface, the world tilted. The forest exhaled. Colors deepened to jewel tones, the air thickening with the scent of crushed mint and ancient parchment. Fireflies transformed into drifting topaz sparks, illuminating a path where none had been before, a ribbon of crushed moonstone winding between trees now twice as tall, their bark etched with glowing runes. Somewhere in the thickening shadows, a clock began to chime with the hollow tone of a wooden bell. Lost little wanderer, Leela spun to find a great horned owl perched on a lichen-crusted branch, his feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes like twin harvest moons. Behind him, a hedgehog in a waistcoat of acorn caps peered shyly from a fern, while a fox with fur like smoldering embers sat grinning, tail curled around paws that left faint smoke trails in the air. I found this. She opened her palm, the leaf's glow painting her face in quicksilver. The owl's beak clicked softly. Thurin, keeper of crossroads, at your service. That leaf hasn't bloomed in 3 centuries. His voice carried the crackle of autumn leaves underfoot. You've stepped into the Valewood, child, where twilight lingers and what's forgotten remembers. The fox dipped his head, sparks dancing from his whiskers. Ember, if you please, and that shrinking violet, he nudged the hedgehog with his nose, is thistle. We've been expecting you since the last blue moon wept. Expecting me. Leela's chamomile basket slipped, flowers scattering like fallen stars. Thistle squeaked, gathering blossoms with meticulous paws. The leaf chooses who hears the verdant song, our world it's fading. His voice softened as he patted the flowers into a neat pile. The clock of seasons hasn't chimed dawn in years. Without its song, the Valewood. A shiver passed through the trees. Leela noticed now the subtle wrongness, petals frozen mid-fall, a brook flowing backward, dewdrops suspended like glass beads on grass blades. The eternal twilight that had seemed magical now felt trapped. Thurin spread his wings, revealing constellations etched beneath feathers. The last keeper vanished with the key to the clock tower. We need mortal hands to wind what magic cannot touch. His gaze dropped to the leaf in her palm, and a heart that hears deeper songs. The journey unfolded like a tapestry, each mile weaving new wonders and whispered truths. They crossed meadows where flowers chimed when brushed, their petals changing hues in ripples. Ember taught her to walk through walls of ivy that parted like beaded curtains, revealing hidden glades where starlight pooled in liquid silver. Thistle showed her how to collect time, actual droplets of hours past, in walnut shells, their surfaces swirling with captured moments. You're quieter than the others, Ember remarked one evening as they camped beneath a tree bearing glass fruit filled with swirling storms. Others. Leela paused, a honey-sweet starberry halfway to her lips. The fox's tail flickered. Seekers before you, knights with shining swords, sorcerers trailing comet dust. His ember eyes glinted. They tried to conquer the mystery. You listened to it. Leela looked at her reflection in a brook that flowed with liquid shadow and light. The girl staring back wore braids woven with glowworms, her smudged village dress now edged in fern patterns that shifted when unobserved. She'd always been the child who rescued fallen nestlings, who heard stories in wind patterns, not someone who fixed broken magic. Look. Thistle placed a tiny paw on her knee. In his other paw he held a time shell, its surface showing her own face lit by fireflies. You see how the light bends toward you. The Valewood knows its true keepers. The clock tower emerged on the 7th dusk, a spiral of petrified wood and living vines, its face a mosaic of seasons. But the hands were frozen at the cusp of dawn, rusted in place. At its base lay a stone archway sealed with thorns as thick as Leela's arm, their ends dripping something that hissed where it struck the earth. Thurin's feathers ruffled. The thorns of forgetting, they grow where hope. A low groan cut through the air. From the shadows coalesced a figure, a great stag with antlers like ice-covered branches, his coat once white as snow now gray and patchy. His hooves dragged as if pulling through tar, eyes milky with cataracts. Frostbane, Ember growled, smoke curling from his jaws. First guardian of the clock, he's been consumed, Thistle finished, trembling. By the silence. Leela stepped forward, leaf glowing brighter. He's in pain. The stag lowered his antlers, a sound like breaking glaciers rumbling in his chest. But as Leela hummed, a lullaby her mother used to sing when storms rattled their shutters, the leaf's light pulsed in time. Frostbane hesitated, one hoof raised. "It's not a weapon," she whispered, approaching as one might a wounded fawn. "See." Pressing the leaf to his muzzle, she let its light wash over his weathered face. A shudder passed through the stag. For a heartbeat his eyes cleared, deep pools of ancient winters, before clouding over again. But it was enough. Child of the verdant song, Frostbane's voice creaked like shifting ice flows. The key lies where shadow and light perform their endless dance. Beware the... His body tensed, the thorns behind him quivering. The hollow hour. With a roar that shook icicles from nearby pines, the stag vanished into mist. Where he'd stood, the thorns parted slightly, revealing a crack just wide enough for a determined girl to slip through. The clock tower's interior defied reason, staircases spiraling in impossible directions, rooms where snow fell upward, and corridors lined with portraits of previous keepers whose eyes followed them with muted longing. At the heart of it all pulsed the clock's mechanism, gears of enchanted amber, pendulum swinging through liquid mercury, and at its center, a hollow space where the key should be. The hollow hour, Thistle breathed. When time itself holds its breath. Ember sniffed a gear taller than Leela. Smells like burnt cinnamon and regret. Thurin alighted on a frozen pendulum. Without the key, we can't restart the rhythm, but where? Leela pressed her ear to the cold metal. Faintly beneath the grinding stillness, she heard it, a heartbeat out of sync with her own. It's here, she realized. The key isn't missing, it's hidden in the silence between ticks. Reaching into the hollow space, she didn't grasp at emptiness but held her palm open, the silver leaf resonating with a high, clear tone. Time rippled. Her vision doubled, seeing both the stagnant present and a memory etched in the metal. Tilda, a younger Frostbane, placing not a physical key, but a glowing fragment of his own antler into the mechanism. "Let time's heart beat in harmony with life's breath," he intoned. Then shadows had erupted, swallowing the light Tilda. Leela gasped back to the present. The key was part of him. When the hollow hour took Frostbane, it consumed the key too. Thistle wrung his paws. Then we're lost. No one can heal a guardian once. But the verdant song can. Leela turned, leaf light dancing across frost-strimed gears. Ember, your fire purifies. Thistle, you mend broken things. Thurin, you guide lost souls. And I... She placed her hand over the hollow space. I hear the song beneath the silence. They found Frostbane at the edge, a cliff where the Veilwood dissolved into swirling mists. The great stag stood poised to leap, his form flickering between corporeal and shadow. "Don't," Leela cried, skidding to a halt. "The hollow hour lies, there's still light in you, I've seen it." The leaf's glow intensified as she approached, the others following with their gifts held high, Ember's flames, Thistle's time shells, Thurin's feather glowing with captured starlight. "Remember," Leela whispered, pressing her forehead to Frostbane's. Images flooded them both, the stag galloping through spring meadows, his laughter shaking apple blossoms from trees, winters spent tracing frost patterns that told stories, the pride in his eyes as he placed the antler fragment into the clock. With a cry that shook mountains, Frostbane's form blazed white. The corrupted shadows burned away as Ember's fire wrapped around him. Thistle's shells melted into healing balm over cracked hooves. Thurin's feather stitched his fractured spirit. And Leela, her hands glowing through the stag's translucent form, gently grasped the shimmering key within his chest. "Let time breathe," she murmured, withdrawing the fragment. It pulsed in her palm, synchronized with her heartbeat. The return journey passed in a blur of joy. As the key slotted home, the clock of seasons shuddered, then chimed a note so pure, it unfroze dewdrops and sent petals spiraling in jubilant arcs. Dawn's first light gilded the valewood, revealing colors unseen in centuries. At the crossroads, Thurn bowed. The verdant song was never the lafe, it was the heart that wields it. Ember nuzzled her hand. Visit often, song weaver, I'll keep the twilight paths warm. Thistle pressed a time shell into her palm, inside their laughter echoed. So you remember. Leela returned as the village clock struck midnight, her basket now filled with ordinary chamomile. But tucked in her pocket rested a walnut shell and a single silver leaf, still warm with magic. Years later, when grandchildren beg for stories by the fire, she'll describe the taste of starberries and the feel of time slipping through her fingers. But some secrets she keeps close, the way shadows sometimes dance just so, or how the oldest oak still hums a lullaby when the wind sighs through its leaves. For those with ears to hear, the Valewood's song continues, an eternal duet between courage and kindness, waiting for the next heart brave enough to listen. Story 28. Story 28. The Candlewick Woods glowed softly that evening, as if someone had dipped the treetops in liquid starlight. It was this gentle radiance that drew young Leela to the forest's edge, her boots whispering through dewy grass. She carried no lantern, for the path ahead shimmered with will-o'-the-wisp moss clinging to ancient oaks, a winding trail of bioluminescent green that pulsed in time with her curious heartbeat. Part I, the threshold. The air hummed with unseen magic as Leela stepped beneath the arching branches. Autumn leaves crunched underfoot, though it was midsummer beyond the tree line. A cinnamon-sweet scent led her to a clearing where trees bore lantern-like fruits glowing amber. Here she met her first companion, a hedgehog whose quills were not spines, but tiny maple leaves that rustled as he moved. "You've good timing, traveler," the hedgehog said in a voice like wind through parchment. "The frost dancers come tonight." He nodded toward a carpet of mushrooms forming concentric circles. As twilight deepened, translucent figures emerged, spirits weaving ice patterns with their slippered feet, turning the mushroom ring into a stained glass window of frost. Leela's breath clouded in the sudden chill, but the hedgehog pressed a warm paw to her ankle. "They seek appreciation, not awe. Clap when their dance makes your heart skip." When Leela applauded a particularly graceful leap, the frost transformed into a shower of dandelion fluff, warm as a knitted blanket. The hedgehog chuckled. "Courage to celebrate beauty begets warmth. Remember that where the path divides." Part 2, the Quartz Grotto. Dawn found Leela at a crystalline cave, its entrance twined with jade vines. Inside, stalactites dripped honeyed light onto a subterranean river where fish with pearl-scale tails swam circles, creating tiny whirlpools. It was here she encountered the river guardian, a water vole wearing goggles crafted from bottle-bottom glass. "Trouble upstream," the vole squeaked, paddling a walnut-shell boat. The moonlit cascades gone dry. Together they navigated quartz channels to a waterfall, now reduced to faint silver trickles. Leela spotted the cause, a landslide of rainbow pebbles blocking the water's path. As she began clearing stones, she noticed their colors dimming. "They're not rocks," she realized aloud. "They are tears." "Memorial pebbles," the vole corrected gently. "The forest weeps for lost stories." Leela knelt, recounting tales her grandmother had told her, of brave mice sailors and shy cloud weavers. With each story, a pebble glowed and rolled aside until the waterfall surged anew, its waters singing stories in liquid notes. The vole gifted her a pebble that shimmered when held to the ear. "For remembering," he said, "that even sadness holds music." Part 3, the Canopy Vale. By midday, Leela ascended via spider silk elevators to the forest's upper realms. Flocks of origami cranes flapped paper wings around her, delivering messages written in pollen script. A mischievous breeze blew one into her hand, help needed at Sundial Grove. The grove's enormous sundial lay in shadow, its gnomon cracked. A pangolin in a sundress wrung her claws. Without the shadow, time naps too long. Indeed, bees drowsed mid-flight, and sunflower heads nodded like sleepy toddlers. Leela studied the fractured stone. Maybe it doesn't need fixing, she mused. Removing her hair ribbon, sunflower yellow, she tied it to the gnomon. The fabric's shadow stretched across the dial, rousing the grove with golden hour light. Ingenious. The pangolin gifted her a thimble-sized hourglass. For when moments feel too swift or slow, tip it thrice and breathe. As Leela descended, she heard the grove erupt in creaky laughter, the sound of ancient trees enjoying their awakened state. Part 4, The Heartglow. Twilight painted the sky in watercolor hues when Leela reached the forest's core. Before her stood the Heartglow tree, its bark etched with constellations, roots cradling a pool where fireflies traced the dreams of sleeping creatures. The tree's guardian emerged, a stag with antlers like candelabras, each branch holding a flame of different color. You've carried kindness, memory, and ingenuity, the stag intoned. Now face the final mirror. The pool stilled, reflecting not Leila's face, but a question: what grows when given away? She hesitated, then breathed, friendship. The pool rippled, producing a seedling with opal leaves. Plant this where your journey began, the stag instructed. As Leela retraced her steps, through the grove, the cave, the frost-dusted clearing, she left fragments of the seedling's light, in the Vole's river, the pangolin's sundial, the hedgehog's dance circle. Epilogue, the hearth's embrace. When Leela emerged from the woods, dawn gilded her village. The seedling's final fragment glowed in her palm. Planting it by her cottage, she watched it grow into a tree bearing lantern fruits like those in the first clearing. That night, village children gathered beneath its branches, enthralled as Leela recounted her adventure. "But how'd you know?" asked a tiny boy when she described the pool's riddle. Layla smiled, stirring a cup of cinnamon tea whose steam curled into maple leaves. "The best answers aren't found in grand moments," she said, "but in quiet ones between friends." The lantern fruits brightened above them, casting stories in light on the grass, and if the shadows seemed to dance in frost patterns or ripple like subterranean rivers, well, that might have just been the fireflies. As the children wandered home yawning, Leela pressed her ear to the tree's trunk. Faintly, ever so faintly, she heard the stag's voice. The forest remembers its friends, and though the Candlewick Woods never again glowed so brightly, Leela found its magic lived on, in the patience of slowing time, the sweetness of shared stories, and the courage to clap for beauty wherever it flickered. Story 29. Story 29. The Whispering Music Box. Beneath the cobweb draperies of an attic that hadn't been opened in 17 summers, a girl named Layla discovered a music box wrapped in velvet the color of storm clouds. Its surface shimmered with mother-of-pearl constellations, and when she lifted the lid, a melody unfurled like silver threads spun from starlight. The air hummed with the scent of bergamot and pine resin, and for 3 heartbeats the dust motes hung perfectly still. Then the world tilted. Leela found herself standing in an autumn wood where trees wore coats of amber lichen, their branches cradling lanterns made of acorn shells. A path of crushed moonstone wound before her, glowing faintly as it disappeared into a mist threaded with the distant sound of a cello. Clutching the music box to her chest, she noticed its carvings now moved. Tiny foxes leapt between engraved ferns, their jeweled eyes blinking curiously at her. "You're late," said a voice like wind through wheat. A russet fox emerged from the mist, its tail tipped with ember-orange fur that smoldered gently. The gloaming court's been waiting 80 human years for that tune to return. Thus began Leela's descent into the Vale of Echoing Hours, where time pooled in hollows like rainwater and memories grew as tangible as blackberries on the vine. The fox, called Ember, explained that the music box was a keystone, one of 7 objects anchoring the magical realms to the human world. Yours holds the melody of mending, he said as they passed through a grove of glass-barked trees, their translucent cores revealing slow rivers of sap gold as honey. But the music's been fading since the shadowless prince stole its counterpart, the chord of remembering. As days melted into nights measured not by clocks, but by the opening of trumpet-shaped night blooms, Layla learned the rules of this liminal world. Mirrors here showed not reflections but possibilities. Bridges made of spider silk could carry only those who spoke truths aloud, and every kindness given to the Vale's creatures returned threefold, though never in expected ways. When Leela shared her plum tart with a hedgehog bard plucking a lute strung with cobwebs, he repaid her with a vial of liquid starlight that later revealed hidden paths when poured upon stone. The crisis came when they reached the Marmoreal Gate, a colossal archway of interlocking gears forged from meteorite iron. Here the shadowless prince's influence showed clear. The gate stood jammed with icicles dark as obsidian, their coldness leaching color from the surrounding ferns. Beyond it lay the chamber of balanced hours, where the stolen chord of remembering was kept. The gate requires 2 voices to open, said Ember, pawing at the frost-rimed mechanism. One to sing the present, another to harmonize with echoes of the past. Leela's fingers trembled on the music box's winder. She'd never been taught to sing. Her voice, as her brother often teased, could frighten crows from a cornfield. But as the first notes rose from the box, something miraculous happened. The glass trees began to hum in resonance, their vibrations sending cascades of amber leaves swirling into patterns that matched the melody. Leela closed her eyes and let the song flow through her, no longer worrying about perfection. When she opened them again, the gate's gears were turning with a sound like deep bells, and Ember was staring at her with pupils wide as moons. "Well," he huffed, trying to disguise his awe with a flick of his glowing tail, "took you long enough." Inside the chamber of balanced hours, time itself had been wounded. The vaulted space, normally a symphony of shifting seasons contained under one roof, lay fractured. Winter ivy throttled spring saplings. Summer's golden wheat fields dissolved midsway into autumn's crimson maple leaves. At the chamber's heart floated the chord of remembering, ensnared in a cage of blackened clock hands. The shadowless prince awaited them, his form less a body than an absence, a silhouette cut from reality, edges blurred like ink in water. "Little keeper," he intoned, voice layered with the creak of pendulums and the snap of breaking threads, "you bring me the last missing piece." He stretched a hand toward the music box, and Leela felt the melody within it twist, discordant and queasy. Ember snarled, his tail flaring bright as a forge, but the prince's shadows doused the light. It was the hedgehog bard, arriving late and out of breath, who provided the key. "The chord isn't yours to take," he piped, thrumming a defiant chord on his cobweb lute. "It belongs to all the echoes, even the forgotten ones." The resulting sound wave shattered the prince's cage, releasing the chord in a burst of luminous notes that sought their counterpart in Layla's music box. What happened next could only be described as a conversation between Xing Chen. The melody of mending wove through the chord of remembering, their union creating a harmony that rewrote the chamber's broken rhythms. Leela, conducting this celestial orchestra with movements she somehow inherently knew, watched as winter retreated into its proper December, as spring buds pushed through thawing soil exactly where they should. The shadowless prince unraveled into wisps of smoke, his final whisper a reluctant thanks, for even he, it seemed, had been trapped in endless winter until the music freed him. Returning home was both triumph and melancholy. The veil of echoing hours faded like a dream upon waking, though Leela retained the music box, now silent, its purpose fulfilled. Yet changes lingered. Her brother remarked that she'd stopped clomping like a startled moose, though he couldn't say why. Teachers noted her newfound patience in solving math problems, as if she'd learned to listen for solutions in the spaces between numbers. Years later, when Leela's daughter discovers the music box in that same attic, she'll find new carvings, a fox and hedgehog dancing beneath stars that wink knowingly. And though the box no longer plays, the child will swear she hears distant laughter in the walls, and feel the persistent sense that her footsteps are being gently guided away from cellar doors left slightly ajar, or attic windows that glow on moonless nights. But that is another story. For now, as the last ember crumbles in the hearth, know this: somewhere between tick and tock, in the breath between wind chimes, the veil endures. And all who have helped mend its song carry a fragment of its magic, visible only when they pause mid-step, head tilted to catch a strain of music that might just be memory, or might be the world itself humming along. Story 30. Story 30. The stars above the moon of Luminara burned cold and sharp that night, their light filtering through the cracked viewport of the crashed escape pod. Inside, two figures huddled beneath a thermal blanket woven from stardust fibers, one small and rounded with iridescent scales that shimmered like oil on water, the other tall and angular with hands that flickered faintly gold at the fingertips. Neither had spoken since the crash, though the air between them hummed with unasked questions. The first creature, a Veloran named Zix, clicked a trio of eye stalks in distress, their bell-shaped pupils contracting as another gust of wind rattled the pod. Moonfrost crept across the floor in feathery patterns, and Zix instinctively curled their prehensile tail around a leaking coolant pipe, the glowing bioluminescent stripes along their spine flaring cobalt blue. "Your heat emissions," Zix trilled through their translator pendant, the sound like wind chimes made of crystal. "They are destabilizing the atmospheric seals." The humanoid across from them, a solar engineer named Kale from the arid colonies of Terra Nova, paused in adjusting their makeshift rebreather. Amber eyes narrowed behind cracked goggles. "My breathing is what's keeping us alive, unless you'd prefer I stop." A misunderstanding bloomed between them like frost on glass. Zix's dorsal stripes flickered through indigo to embarrassed violet as they realized their error. On Velora, direct references to bodily functions were considered deeply rude, but these warm-blooded creatures seemed to breathe constantly. "I meant no offense," Zix murmured, retracting their eye stalks. "My people communicate thermal signatures, not words." Kale stared at the quivering alien, noticing how their scales had dulled to the gray of unpolished hematite. The survival manual hadn't mentioned this: how to share a life pod with someone whose very biology spoke in color and temperature. With deliberate slowness, Kale removed their left glove, revealing a hand glowing faintly with stored sunlight. "Show me," they said, holding their palm upward. "How your people say, well, anything." The storm lasted 3 rotations. They learned to share the space through trial and error, Kale discovering that Velorans hummed in B-flat when content, Zix realizing human laughter made the air taste like citrus. Together, they jury-rigged a communication beacon using Zix's electroconductive saliva and Kale's photon capacitors. "You're certain this won't vaporize the transmitter?" Zix asked on the 4th morning, eye stalks tilted at the precarious tower of parts. "Certainty's a luxury for people with functioning ships," Kale snorted, then froze as Zix's stripes flashed warning scarlet. Too soon. A bubble of bioluminescent green rose from Zix's breathing spiracles, the Veloran equivalent of a chuckle. "Your morbid humor grows on one, like lichen." Their fragile camaraderie shattered when the distress signal finally activated. "Priority alert, rescue vessels en route, Terra Nova flagship, ETA 6 hours, Veloran Deep Scout, ETA 7.5 hours. The computerized voice might as well have thrown a grenade. Kale whooped, solar filaments dancing across their knuckles, while Zix retracted completely into their carapace, a defensive posture unseen since the crash. "You called your people first," Zix whispered, their voice muffled and raw. Kale's celebration died. The beacon was set to maximum range, I thought. You thought your survival mattered more. The pod's temperature dropped as Zix's thermal output plummeted. Typical surface walkers, all flash-fire urgency, no consideration for... A proximity alarm screamed. The ice worm emerged in a shower of permafrost, its segmented body reflecting the auroras in grotesque rainbows. Kale's sun-charged hands blazed uselessly against its translucent hide as the creature slammed into the pod, shattering their only shelter. Zix moved like liquid mercury. Left flank, its photoreceptors cluster there, they cried, bioluminescence strobing in complex patterns. To Kale's surprise, the worm recoiled. Your light, modulate to ultraviolet frequencies. Working on it. Kale gritted, fingers dancing across their photon glove. The resulting burst left smoking craters in the ice, but missed the creature entirely. Foolish warm blood, you're blinding us both. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you waiting for a polite invitation, too? The worm's tail caught them both mid-squabble, sending them tumbling into a glacial crevasse. Darkness. Cold of a depth that seeped into bone and carapace alike. Kale's rebreather wheezed, its solar cells fading. Zix lay motionless nearby, their bioluminescence reduced to faint starlight speckles. Hey, scales for brains. Kale crawled closer, gloves sputtering. Don't you dare hibernate on me. A single eye stalk extended weakly. Regret your choice of rescue party now. Shut up and drink this. Kale pressed their glowing palm against Zix's primary intake valve, transferring the last of their stored sunlight. Your stupid ice planet biology needs external heat, right? Zix's carapace warmed to opalescent white. You'll freeze. Already am. Kale's smile looked blue around the edges. But you can signal the others, glow real pretty like. The Veloran trembled, not from cold, but from the unfamiliar ache of interspecies concern. With great effort, they wrapped their tail around the shivering humanoid. Fool, Zix murmured, their bioluminescence brightening as they shared warmth. You misunderstand, we survive together, or not at all. The rescue teams arrived to a curious sight. There in the belly of the glacier, two figures sat back to back, Kale's solar glove jury-rigged to Zix's neural interface ports, creating a lattice of light that pulsed in harmonious rhythms. The ice worm lay docile at their feet, soothed by the combined frequencies of sunlight and bioluminescence. Took you long enough, Kale croaked, their arms still linked with Zix's tendrils. The Veloran rescue captain blinked all 8 eyes. You collaborated with the surface walker. Zix's stripes rippled in amused lavender. We discovered something your xenology texts omit, Captain. It seems friendship has its own wavelength. Years later, when the Galactic Council installed peace beacons along the old war routes, they modeled the devices after a certain hybrid light, part solar resonance, part Veloran biofrequency. And if delegates sometimes glimpsed 2 figures walking the beacon platforms, one glowing, one glittering, well, that was simply the maintenance crew. Though engineers marveled at how the ice worms still gathered to bask beneath those dual lights, swaying gently as if remembering a lullaby from long ago. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43, Story 44, Story 45, Story 46, Story 47, Story 48, Story 49, Story 50, Story 51, Story 52, Story 53, Story 54, Story 55, Story 56, Story 50, Story 58, Story 59. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you've found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, As the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose branches cradled the stars, there existed a glade where moonlight pooled like liquid silver. Here the moss remembered every footfall, and the wind carried whispers from the time when mountains were mere pebbles. It was in this place that a young fox kit with fur the color of autumn's last ember discovered the world was far stranger and kinder than she'd ever dreamed. One crisp morning, as frost painted lace upon spiderwebs, the kit noticed something amiss in Willowshade Hollow. The spring of whispers, a pool where water spoke in bubbles and reflected dreams, had frozen solid, though it was midsummer. Ferns drooped like weary dancers, their fronds edged in gold, and the air hung heavy with the scent of decaying petals. The oldest trees murmured in low, creaking tones, their roots shivering beneath the soil. The kit's grandmother, a vixen with eyes like polished amber, nuzzled her worried face. "The balance knot has frayed," she explained, her voice a rasp of dry leaves. "Long ago the first ones wove magic into the forest's heartbeat, one thread for each season. But when creatures forget to listen, the threads tangle." She pointed a paw toward the northern hills, where storm clouds brewed in jagged purple spirals. "The guardians of the knot sleep in the heartroot tree. They must be awakened before the equinox, or winter will never loosen its grip." And so the kit embarked on a journey, her paws crunching through brittle ferns. She followed the songbrook, a stream that hummed lullabies as it wound through groves of birch. By twilight she reached the meadow of lost hours, where fireflies blinked in cryptic patterns. There she met a badger cub nursing a thorn-pricked paw. "The storms shook bees from their hives," he whimpered, pointing to a hollow log swarming with frantic insects. "No honey, no blossoms, everything's wrong." Remembering her grandmother's lesson, kindness oils stiff hinges, the kit gathered sticky pine resin and smoothed it over the cub's wound. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with midnight blue pollen. "Sprinkle this where shadows cling too tight," he said. When she did, the pollen erupted into bioluminescent moths, lighting her path through a ravine choked with gloom. Deeper in the forest, she encountered an elderly otter stranded on a rock mid-river, the current snarling like wolves. His whiskers drooped as he clutched a cracked river stone. "The water's gone sour," he croaked. "Can't hear the salmon runs anymore, just silence." The kit spied a half-submerged log and nudged it toward him with her nose. As the otter paddled to safety, he pressed the stone into her paws. "Rub it smooth again," he urged, "and the river will remember its music." Days blurred into nights thick with the scent of petrichor and damp earth. The kit met owls who'd forgotten their migration paths, hedgehogs trapped in bramble labyrinths, and a sorrowful mole who'd tunneled too close to a buried lightning strike. To each she offered what she could, a shared meal of tart juniper berries, a song imitating the wren's dawn chorus, a gentle nudge towards softer soil. And from each she received fragments of wisdom, a twisted root that hummed when held to the ear, a feather that glowed in moonlight, a pebble etched with runes of dew. When the heartroot tree finally loomed before her, a colossal oak with bark like dragon scales, the kit's legs trembled. Its roots formed arches leading to a chamber pulsing with verdant light. Inside hovered three spectral figures, a stag made of dappled sunlight, a heron woven from mist, and a bear sculpted from living stone. Their voices intertwined like vines. "Prove you understand the balance," they intoned. "Mend what was broken." The kit laid her collected treasures before them. The humming root quieted the stag's restless hooves. The moth light revealed hidden fractures in the heron's misty wings. The river stone, now polished to a mirror, showed the bear its own weathered strength. As the guardian stirred, the chamber filled with the scent of thawing soil and apple blossoms. "The balance is not perfection," rumbled the bear. "It is the act of tending again and again." Together they journeyed to the Spring of Whispers. The stag melted the ice with his antlers' golden warmth. The heron dipped her beak into the water, releasing a melody that woke dormant roots. The bear pressed his paws into the earth, and the ground sighed as tension unraveled. Rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle weeping of clouds relieved of burden. By the time the kit returned home, the forest breathed anew. Mushrooms unfurled velvet caps in celebration. The songbrook giggled over stones, carrying cherry petals on its back. Her grandmother greeted her with a cache of blackberries, their juice staining the snow, now retreating to shaded crevices, the color of summer wine. "You've learned," the elder vixen said, "that magic isn't a spell, but 1,000 small stitches." That night, as the kit curled in their den, she listened to the symphony of the restored forest, the shush-shush of wind through pines, the distant plink of water droplets falling from icicles, the contented rumble of badgers in their set. Somewhere an owl hooted the all-clear, and the balance knot hummed softly, its threads realigned but never static. For in the end, harmony wasn't a destination, but a path walked by countless paws willing to pause, to mend, and to share the weight of living. And as the stars wheeled above the glade, the kit dreamed not of endings, but of a world where every creature, great or small, furred or rooted, held a thread in the everlasting weave. Story 65. Story 66. In the shimmering expanse of their Andromeda Nebula, where stars twinkled like diamonds scattered on velvet, two unlikely companions found themselves navigating the vastness of space. The first was Tala, a gentle creature from the verdant planet of Lyra, known for her luminescent skin that glowed softly like moonlight through mist. The second was Zor, a rugged, metallic being from the rocky world of Krylon, whose deep, resonant voice echoed like distant thunder. Their meeting was as improbable as it was serendipitous. Tala had embarked on a journey to collect rare star blooms, ethereal flowers that only blossomed in the zero gravity of space. Meanwhile, Zor was on a mission to repair the ancient satellites that orbited his mineral-rich homeworld. Fate, it seemed, had decreed their paths to cross when a cosmic storm sent their ships spiraling into an uncharted sector of the galaxy. At first, their differences posed a considerable challenge. Tala, with her delicate touch and gentle demeanor, found Zor's brusque manner and clanking footsteps unnerving. Zor, in turn, struggled to understand Tala's quiet whispers, which floated like soft breezes, but often got lost amidst the hum of his mechanical circuits. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings, each misinterpreting the other's intentions. One day, as they drifted near a cluster of luminous stars, a small collision with a rogue asteroid left Tala's craft damaged, and her precious star bloom collection scattered into the abyss. Desperate and worried, she found herself in tears, her glow dimming with her spirits. Zor, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of empathy ripple through his metal frame. Though he was unaccustomed to such feelings, something about Tala's sorrow stirred a new resolve within him. With a clumsy tenderness, Zor extended a mechanical arm to gather the scattered blooms. His usually booming voice softened as he reassured Tala, "We will recover them together." It was the first time Tala saw beyond his steely exterior, recognizing the kindness that lay beneath. As they worked side by side, a tentative friendship began to blossom. Tala showed Zor how to handle the delicate blooms with care, teaching him the art of patience and gentleness. In return, Zor shared stories of his rugged planet, where resilience was forged amidst harsh conditions. Their shared challenges, from navigating treacherous asteroid fields to repairing their damaged vessels, became opportunities for growth and understanding. Gradually, their conversations flowed more easily. Tala learned to appreciate the deep, rhythmic tones of Zor's voice, finding comfort in its steady cadence. Zor, in turn, grew attuned to the subtleties in Tala's whispers, recognizing the wisdom and warmth they carried. Through laughter and occasional mishaps, they discovered the joy of companionship. One evening, as they floated in the tranquil glow of a distant sun, Tala confided in Zor about her fears of returning home empty-handed. Zor, pondering her words, replied, "Perhaps the blooms are not the only treasure you have found." His words, simple yet profound, resonated with Tala, who realized that her journey had gifted her something far more precious than star blooms, a true friend. As their adventure drew to a close, they stood together, gazing at the star-speckled horizon. The cosmic storm that had once seemed a misfortune now felt like a blessing in disguise. Their time together had taught them the true meaning of friendship, understanding, acceptance, and the ability to see beyond appearances. With their ships finally repaired, Tala and Zor prepared to part ways, their hearts full but heavy with the prospect of farewell. Yet they knew that their friendship would endure across the vast distances that separated their worlds. As they exchanged parting glows and echoes, Tala and Zor promised to meet again, somewhere in the galaxy's glittering embrace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, two unlikely companions set forth on their separate paths, forever bound by the luminous bond of friendship they had forged in the depths of space. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the whispering woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the whispering woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Ela noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Ela lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Ela felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Ela continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Ela came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ela's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Ela found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Ela felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Ela felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the Enchanted Wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. Story 87. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 88, Story 89, Story 90, Story 91, Story 92, Story 93, Story 94, Story 95, Story 96, Story 97, Story 98, Story 99. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, She set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. Leora, Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of. Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the Whispering Woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The amber locket and the guardian of whispers. In a village cradled by mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that hummed in tune with the wind. Her home, a cottage with a thatched roof mossy from decades of rain, sat at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest said to hold the breath of forgotten magic. Layla's days were spent gathering herbs for her ailing mentor, old Finian, whose cough rattled like pebbles in a tin pail. But her nights belonged to the stories Finian told of the woods, of trees that murmured secrets, stones that glowed with inner fire, and creatures who remembered when humans and magic were kin. One twilight, as Leela stirred a pot of time-infused broth by the hearth, Finian pressed a small object into her palm, a locket forged of amber, warm as living skin. "Found it in the woods long ago," he wheezed, his voice a threadbare tapestry. "It chooses listeners." The locket pulsed faintly, and in its golden depths Leela glimpsed a flicker, a tiny, wingless dragon made of light. That night, as wind combed through the pines outside, the locket hummed against her chest, and she heard it, a melody thin and reedy, drifting from the woods. The woods welcomed her with a sigh. Moonlight pooled in the hollows of ancient oaks, and the air smelled of damp soil and secrets. Leela followed the melody, her boots sinking into carpets of moss that sprang back like grateful lungs. Deep in the grove she found the source, a fox with fur like smoldering embers and eyes sharp as citrine. It lay trapped beneath a fallen branch, its paw twisted at a cruel angle. The creature's song, a whimper woven into the wind, ceased as it locked eyes with her. "You hear true," the fox said, its voice a rasp of autumn leaves. Layla startled, but the locket's warmth bloomed against her skin, and she understood. The amber was a key, unlocking tongues long silenced. "Let me help," she whispered, kneeling. The fox tensed, then nodded. As Leela splinted its paw with a stick and strips of her apron, it studied her. "Men have forgotten how to listen. Why do you heed the old songs?" "Because stories are the only maps we have," she replied, parroting Finian's favorite phrase. The fox's ears twitched. "Call me Ember," it said, rising unsteadily. "And since you've mended my sky-dancing foot, I'll mend your ignorance. The woods are fading, the guardian tree weakens. Without its roots, your mentor's breath will gutter out, and so will the magic that keeps these trees whispering." The guardian tree, Ember explained, was the heart of the Whispering Woods, an oak as wide as a village square, its bark etched with runes only the moonlight could read. But its life force was leaking away, poisoned by a shadow even the forest creatures feared to name. To save it, they needed the Heartstone, a gem born from the first laughter of the stars, hidden in the Cavern of Echoes. Their journey unfurled like a tapestry of peril and wonder. They crossed rivers where silver fish sang lullabies, their scales reflecting Ember's fiery pelt. They climbed slopes where stones trembled with memories of ancient earthquakes, and Leela pressed her palms to them, listening as the locket translated their rumbling tales. Yet the woods grew stranger and sicker. They passed glades where flowers hung their heads, petals blackened at the edges, and thickets where the air curdled into silence. At the edge of a ravine, they encountered Bramble, a cantankerous river otter whose whiskers twitched with suspicion. "Heartstone seekers, eh?" he snorted, pacing his dam of twigs and mud. "The cavern's guarded by the weeping falls, water so cold it steals your thoughts. You'll drown in your own memories." Ember's tail flicked. "We'll need a bridge." "A bridge needs hands," Bramble retorted, "and someone's too busy keeping their paws dry." But when Leela offered him a sprig of honeywort from her satchel, a remedy for his creaky joints, his demeanor softened. HMPH. Maybe otters can build bridges. If foxes promise not to smirk. Together they wove a raft of reeds and willow branches, Bramble directing with gruff precision. As they poled across the ravine, the waters hissed below, ghostly faces swirling in the currents. Layla's locket flared, and she hummed Finian's favorite hymn, a tune about stubborn hope. The waters stilled just enough. The Cavern of Echoes was a cathedral of ice and shadow, its walls shimmering with frozen tears. In its heart hung the Weeping Falls, a curtain of water that wept with the voices of everyone who'd ever stood beneath it. "It shows you what you've lost," Ember murmured. "Stay anchored, or you'll fade into the echoes." Leela stepped forward, and the falls erupted with sound. Finian's laughter, now wheezing and thin. Her mother's voice, swallowed by a winter fever years ago. The crunch of her own footsteps, retreating as Finian coughed blood into his handkerchief. The locket seared her chest, and she gripped it, gasping. "I'm here," she told the ghosts. "I'm here." The waters parted, revealing the Heartstone, a pulsing crystal that held the blue-green glow of Earth seen from the heavens. But as Leela reached for it, the shadow struck, a formless, hungry thing that slithered from the cavern's depths. It coiled around her ankles, whispering in a voice like cracking bone. "You'll fail. The tree will die. He'll die. You'll be alone again." Ember lunged, teeth snapping at the darkness. Bramble hurled stones, barking insults. But the shadow thickened, choking. Desperate, Leela pressed the locket to the Heartstone. Light exploded, not blinding but kind, like dawn after a sleepless night. The shadow shrieked, unraveling, as the melody from the locket merged with the Heartstone's radiance. The guardian tree stood in a clearing where the air tasted of elderberries and regret. Its roots, once gnarled and strong, now oozed a viscous black fluid. Layla placed the heartstone in a hollow between its roots, and the earth shuddered. The stone sank inward and the tree shivered, a ripple passing through its branches like a sigh of relief. The corruption receded. Flowers unfurled where the black ooze had been, their petals the color of forgiveness. Ember nudged Layla's hand. "You've mended more than bones tonight, listener." Back in Finian's cottage, the old man's breathing eased as Layla tucked the locket beneath his pillow. When he woke, his eyes were clear. "You found the stories," he croaked, smiling. "No," she said, stirring a new pot of broth. "They found me." Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who walked with foxes and bargained with otters. The woods thrived, and those who listened closely could hear its song, a melody woven of rustling leaves, chuckling streams, and the soft chime of an amber locket passed down through generations. But on quiet evenings, when mist veiled the mountains, Layla would sit with Finian by the fire, Ember curled at her feet, and Bramble's latest engineering marvel, a wind chime made of acorns, clinking outside. No one spoke of shadows or heartstones. There was no need. The fire crackled, the locket hummed, and the world felt, for a moment, as gentle as a story told in the dark. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the chimneys always puffed gentle wisps of smoke, and the cobblestone streets hummed with the whispers of history, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart thrummed with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 unspoken questions. Each day she would sit by the old stone bridge, watching the brook bubble and dance over smooth, mossy stones, dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra's grandmother told her of the Enchanted Glade, a place whispered about in hushed tones, said to be alive with magic and mysteries. The glade lay beyond the forest that bordered their village, past the towering oaks whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. With a heart full of wonder and a satchel packed with her favorite apple tarts, Lyra set out on a journey to find the Enchanted Glade. The forest greeted her with its symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced like fairies upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant melody tickled her ears, a song without words, yet rich with emotion. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra encountered her first companion, a small, plump rabbit with fur as white as winter's first snow and eyes like polished onyx, hopped onto her path. With a twitch of its whiskers, it seemed to beckon her to follow. Intrigued, Lyra followed the rabbit as it led her through a maze of towering ferns and over a bubbling brook. The world around her shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as though the very air was woven with threads of magic. Suddenly, the rabbit paused at the edge of a glistening meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of this meadow stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with branches that stretched toward the heavens. Nestled in its roots was a doorway, small yet inviting, with a knocker shaped like a laughing fox. As Lyra reached for the knocker, the door creaked open of its own accord, revealing a spiral staircase that wound downward into the earth. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement in her chest, Lyra descended the staircase. The walls glowed softly with the light of luminescent moss, guiding her way until she emerged into a cavern unlike any she had ever imagined. The ceiling sparkled with crystalline stalactites, reflecting the gentle glow of a pool at the cavern's heart. Floating above the water were tiny, luminescent creatures, their wings whispering secrets of the ages. Lyra stepped closer, her breath taken by the sheer beauty of it all. It was here she met her second guide, a wise turtle with a shell adorned in colorful patterns that seemed to shift and change with each movement. The turtle spoke in a voice like a summer breeze, inviting her to sit and listen to the stories of the land. As she listened, Lyra learned of the courage that lived within the heart of every explorer and the beauty that awaited those who dared to seek it. The tales woven by the turtle spoke of unity and the strength found in friendship, leaving an imprint on Lyra's heart. With newfound resolve, Lyra thanked the turtle and continued her journey. The path led her through shimmering tunnels, where the very walls sang in harmony to her footsteps, and out into the glade itself. It was a place of unparalleled wonder, where the trees were crowned with blossoms that glowed like stars, and streams of liquid light flowed like rivers of dreams. In this magical place, Lyra found the true treasure of her adventure. It was not the magic that surrounded her, but the courage within her that had guided her to this moment. She had ventured beyond the familiar, faced the unknown, and discovered not only a wondrous world, but also the depths of her own heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra retraced her steps back toward Willowbrook. The rabbit and the turtle accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where they bid her farewell with smiles and promises of future adventures. Lyra returned home with stories that danced in her mind and a peace that warmed her soul. As she lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the moon casting silver patterns across her room, she knew that the glade would always be there, waiting for her next visit. But more importantly, she understood that the courage to explore and the joy of discovery were treasures she could carry with her always. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the soft lullaby of the forest in her ears, Lyra drifted into a deep, contented sleep, cradled by the knowledge that the world was vast, beautiful, and full of possibilities for those who dared to wander. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the Pendant of Verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the glade of whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. You have given so much to the forest, dear friend, she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here. Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. The forest has given me more than I could ever repay, she replied softly. It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all. Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you. With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the whispering woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the whispering woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. "The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tear floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tear hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. "Reflections crave substance." But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Leela hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tear into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone. to life. He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet. The grove sighed, not in anger, but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. You'll always hear its whispers, Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. Keeper or not. Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. Just a dream, her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Layla knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. The world's fuller than it looks, she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the Enchanted Forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland, and a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Leora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst, a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder." As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Leora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Leora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets and their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. Title: The Whispering Woods Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal. its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it. Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders. Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul. With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart. With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Mira. Mira had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Mira decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream.